I will not make you suffer through the whole introduction again, but let's see. We got Ender, of course, has to be the first one here in the morning. Happy Friday. It is a wonderful, glorious, rainy, gloomy day here again in the state of Washington. You know, we need a lot of rain to wash all this garbage from the streets. And I don't mean loitering garbage. Oh, we got a good one for you today, man. We're gonna be talking some good stuff, well, good stuff is like gossip stuff, but it's not really good stuff. There's a lot of craziness that still happens here in Washington State, and it just, you know what, it just never ceases to amaze me. But I'm afraid it's not just here in Seattle, Washington; it's in other parts of the country as well. But I will go ahead and touch up on some of the things that our beautiful LGBTQ community loves to do, and they see nothing wrong with it. It's some sort of a artistic form of expression, as if we don't have children on the street, as if we don't have children to take care of and guard their innocence. I don't think they know what that means. But with that being said, salud, my friends. I hope that you can see there my favorite POTUS, our 34 count felony guy. That's missing something. My wife made my coffee today. Tastes like mud. But but you know what? But it's good. This coffee is good. Coffee is life. And you know what? We can probably just put a little touch up of some creamer on this thing. Brian Waza, welcome back, brother, to the Dennis Herrera Show. Hope you're doing good. Hope the family is well. I hope you guys are all getting ready for the big 4th of July celebration. We ain't doing shit over here. So I'm going to try to see if I can find a spot where I can go and take photos of the fireworks. Now, I've done this in the past. There's a location. There's like a park that oversees the naval base in Everett, in North Everett. But I'm going to see if I can go to a different spot. It gets to be really hard finding parking. That's why I hate struggling with parking. I'm not that American. I hate parking so far away and then just walking somewhere carrying all this stuff, and it's just for a few minutes, and it's just not worth it. So we'll see, Brian. We'll see. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but we'll see. It's if I'm going to go and take the photos of the fireworks. It's not really, I can't do photo and video. It's very distracting. It's annoying, but, I hope that all of you have a wonderful time this week. And this is a very long weekend for some of you guys. My wife is home. She had the extra day of the week. And so she's going to have a 3-day weekend. Rush, babe, oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I had to give her a call, but that's going to be something of a personal, private matter. With that being said, Andrew, thank you so much for being here with us all the way from across the Atlantic. Lisa, good morning, Lisa. It's been a while, Lisa. It hasn't been active lately. What's going on? Where you been? How you been? How's the family? How's everything going on over there on the east side? Let's see. Who else do we have in here? That's it. I think that's all I have. Oh, John, how are you, John? Good morning. Biggest says Megan Kelly wants you to go home. Well, I am home, so tell her to stop wishing. Her wish has been granted. I am home here in the great old United States of America. My man, what's going on? Hey, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. Oh, Mr. Mike is not here, but we do have mics in the house. I got one here in front of me and one on the chat, but you guys don't know which one that is. Let's see. Who else do we have in here? Man, you gotta become a member, bro. I mean, you do talk shit, but you gotta become a member. You gotta throw some super chats. I give you so much attention just because I like the name, Fox Mulder. one of my favorite characters in the episodes of The X-Files. Some of you cats will probably remember that show. It was great, and then they integrated it with some known myth like the chupacabra, and I'm just like, "Ay, man, come on, man, you guys are ruining it." And then they join with this with the cops show, bad boys. What you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you? And then they started out there and they started chasing, with the camera shaking like somebody's running with the camera. And I'm just like, come on, guys, don't mix it with reality. Keep it science fiction. You know what I mean? Have you guys heard of? Oh my gosh, what's his name? I forgot his name. Oh my gosh, what is his name? Come on. He's a director. He makes like a lot of kind of like raunchy horror type like movies. He made the movie From Dusk Till Dawn. Can somebody tell me his name? Come on. I see his face. You can't forget. He's got a bigger underbite than I do. What the hell? Oh my gosh, guys! It's in the tip of my brain. I don't know where it went. I can see his face. Can somebody put it on the chat and see if you remember? See if you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, he's very controversial because his movies are something Quarantino. Quarantino something. Somebody put it on the chat. Let's see if you guys can help me out with that. In the meantime, let me put some more creamer on my coffee. Just a little teensy taste. Just a little teensy taste more. I sort of have like a sweet tooth. Not really, but I sort of. Something Quarantino. Somebody. I know you got Torrentino. No. I know one of you guys is gonna get it. Not Clinton. Quentin. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino. I think that's the name. I think that's the name. He makes the crazy movies, right? A bunch of crazy movies. I mean, guys, I can look it up, but I'm busy mixing the coffee here, trying to get you guys in the chat to interact. Don't want you guys. Quentin Tarantino, that's the guy. I think that is absolutely the guy. Okay, one of the things about him, and this is kind of like. It's kind of where I am with things, when it comes to Hollywood, with movies and things like this. Sometimes movie makers, directors, writers, or whatever, they think it's a good idea to mix, reality or controversial issues that we have, in our daily lives, right? And then they'll mix it with some science fiction. And so I started thinking about, Quentin Tarantino, and I remember an interview a very long time ago. There was an interview that they were doing on him, and the guy, Quentin Tarantino got pissed off at the guy, because the guy is like, with the violence in the movies, don't you think that's the violence that is, transcribed to the people? He's like, the guy is pissed off. He's like, it's a movie. What I do in my movies, I'm not going to make excuses for what it's and the guy is getting pissed off. And so the reason why I tell you that is because, good day, Zerngroofer. Oh my gosh, this guy is sober today. Oh, so good to see there is some positivity today, this morning. Happy Friday, Zerngroofer. But but Tarantino is telling the interviewer, that, listen, I make my movies for entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is fictional. This is entertainment purposes only. This is not for you to practice in real life. At least that's what I remember from his movies. They're very gory, very dirty, like I said, From Dusk Till Dawn, right? Where he goes in there with a couple of guys into these Mexican bars somewhere in the desert. What a great movie, by the way. I don't recommend it for little kids, but great movie for adults. Nothing too over the top, you know what I'm saying? So, I really enjoy some of his movies, not all of them. Some of his movies are stupid, but they're okay. And that's one of the things that I say, that when you watch movies, you got to separate that from reality. There's one thing that I hate about people that make movies, it's that they always try to mix this reality. Meaning controversial topics that we have in life, Excuse me. Man, what is going on? I guess I can't talk too much bullshit today. Johnny Walker Blue. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Don't wake him up. Make sure Johnny Walker stays in the shelf, at least for a little bit. Let me enjoy the nice zinc roofer for a few more minutes before you start going to visit and having a chat with Johnny Walker. Just, oh man, Scott Burren in the house. Anywho, so I was watching this show. It's called Lioness. Okay. Now there's two seasons. It's like 6 to 8 chapters each. Now I'm going to be starting my second season here pretty soon, and it starts with they're out there on a mission. You know what I'm saying? Like of course they got the lesbian woman. The fat guy with the crazy beard, with the rugged looks and stuff, and you got the good-looking American with the beard as well, and you got the black badass guy in there, that everybody just loves to see in the action, and the group is fantastic. It's fantastic. It's got the girl that plays the girlfriend from. That's so sad that I don't remember her name. I apologize to the actress. She's a great actress. She's that black girl that plays the girlfriend in Guardians of the Galaxy. Pratt's I guess girlfriend in the movie. I forget her name, but I think she has a Spanish name, to be honest. But anyway, she's in there, right? And a mission goes wrong. One of their marks, one of the people that works for them, they're trying to get some intel on these terrorists or Muslim organizations. She gets caught. She had a cross under her arm, blah blah blah. And she gets caught. So she goes underground and she tries to hide. She calls, on the satellite phone and be like, "Hey, you know what? They found out who I am. They're gonna come and get me. I'm scared. Blah 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 blah." And so she is the lioness. She's that's the name of the group, I believe, and she's like the leader. Zoe, yeah, thank you, Saldana. That's right, thank you, Snow. I know somebody knows all this stuff, and so she is like she really cares for the team. You know what I'm saying? Like it shows like she's really very emotional about what's about to happen. She's got to make a call, and so they're watching, just observing, and they see a guy just kind of crawling, on the ground, and the guys are like, well, look at this moron, look at this idiot. Like, oh, then somebody didn't go to training, blah, blah, blah. Well, they overlooked the situation. And they thought it was just some moron, right, just crawling on the ground. And then they realized he was a suicide bomber. And so, the way that I'm looking at it is like as soon as the guy figures out, oh, wait a minute, oh, it's a bomber, blah, blah, blah. And then, and like he explodes himself and then like a big explosion. And you see all these other, militia and soldiers or whatever coming out. And all of a sudden, boom, 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 they start shooting, and they got the M50s on there going off. And they got the, their rifles, the ARs and all this other shit. And they're just shooting, blah, 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 blah. And the action, you know what I'm saying? I love that. It's a movie. It's a show, And so I love all the action, explosions and rifles shooting, blah, 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 and all this stuff. And it's fantastic. And I told my wife, man, I had to adjust myself like 3 times, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, here we go. Finally, I got something that will entertain me. And I told my wife, I was like, man, I said, finally I found something. And then, of course, the girl is hiding from these guys. And so, Zoe has to make a call. They have the Reaper ready to go. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what the Reaper is. And so the girl is on the phone and she's like, okay, just hang tight. There's the team got on the helicopter. They got ready. They were just a few hundred meters away, out of range from the machine guns that the enemies had right at the house. And all of a sudden, they find the girl. They take her, and Zoe, the lead, from the Lioness group. She hears that they took her. Now, she knows what they're going to do to her, now that they know who she is. And so she has to make a call. And so she calls it in. Reaper ready. Release. Take the shot. Reaper shot. Reaper bomb away. poof, destroys the house, kills the asset, of course, and everybody else with it. So she has this emotional, reaction to it, and she's like, "Oh my God, I really care about her." And so this is the introduction of the season, and it's. I mean, it was a lot of good action. It's great action. The show is not bad, but it's so predictable because they always bring in controversial issues from reality. There's the secrecy. Nicole Kidman is in there, right? Morgan Freeman shows up in one of the episodes. Man, I love Morgan Freeman. What a great man! I love Morgan Freeman. And anyway, the show itself, it's okay, it's good, but it's so predictable. It's so predictable with some of the things that they do, And I don't want to ruin it, but it's like it got into this whole, the whole bad American look. Remember how I was telling you guys that the people on the left, and I know that some people get triggered, the ones that get triggered, well, those are the guys that we're talking about. But the ones that don't react, well, obviously they're not here, right? But the thing is that they always do this in Hollywood for some reason. They always do this. They have the parents with the rebellious teenager. Now, whatever the reason is, the teenager is always the rebellious one. There's never a good teenager like myself that will say, "Mom, I understand. You got to be gone, for a long time. I understand the sacrifice you're making for me." Listen, I was very, very I don't know, not diplomatic. That's how we call it when a child talks like an adult. I was very diplomatic, very adult when I talked, and the way that I understood the issues, that we were facing in our life. And I always told my mother, I said, "Mom, you don't have to feel guilty about that. You're doing the best that you can." I said, "I understand. I'm a teenager, and I understand, Mom, and this and that." Now, something happened, obviously, in my family that, changed some of those things. But the point is that every time that I watch a movie, it's always the same. If I watch a comedy show now, like a family comedy show, we have seasons and all this stuff, I can't enjoy it anymore because it's the same nonsense. Remember what I told you yesterday? I told you that the guys on the left, and I'm sorry if you get offended, don't say anything. Nobody knows who you are. But there's a lot of guys on the left that are losing their masculinity, And I'm watching the show, and I'm like, "Bro, you're losing your masculinity. You guys got to stand up. The women are the men now, and this and that." You know what I'm saying? Like, and people think that I'm just being hateful and I'm just doing. No, we see it. Like it's like they've been castrated. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're not allowed to be real men on the left. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a big problem. So here we go. And this great show, by the way, I mean, I love it. I love the secrecy, the conspiracy, the whole Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and this whole, the petrol, the oil, and, all these theories, right? That some of those things we know are happening in life, but it doesn't happen exactly how it happens in the movies. It just doesn't. And people on the left, they watch these movies and they think that they just learned some history. It's just the stupidest thing I've seen. But my point with this is that, she's a badass. I get it. I am not taking anything away from women that are badass. She gets home. Obviously, she is away from home a lot, right? She's in the CIA. She's in an organization that doesn't exist. And so she's away from home a lot. And, of course, this is why her teenage daughter is rebellious. Now, the other teenage daughter, she's a younger teenager. And, she loves her mom and misses her every day. But when her mom shows up at home, she always runs to her and hugs her and kisses her, right? Well, the rebellious teenager has an attitude. Doesn't appreciate everything she has. She has a nice house, right? She doesn't need any clothing. She's a cheerleader. She's active in in sports or whatever. She has a lot of freedom. She has a laptop. She has a tablet. She has my phone. She has the Samsung S25 or 26 or whatever they gave her in the movie, right? She has everything, and she's ungrateful. She's entitled. She doesn't appreciate it. And so the husband, nothing wrong with this. I'm just saying. I am just saying. That's right, Zig Roofer. That's right. Well, this is a job, but I know you guys don't like to see it as that, but that's okay. Listen, I will tell you. I will tell you again the story that I told you about my why I dumped my Mexican girlfriend in California. But anyway, if I remember, because sometimes I forget I forget my weaving. You know, I get lost in my weave. But the husband is cooking dinner. Now I want you to please understand this. Whether my wife works and I don't make any money, and she's the only money coming into the house, I am still the man of the house, and I demand my position to be respected. That doesn't change. I'm very Hispanic and Indian like that. This is hardcore in my culture. This is why we can't believe that there is men out there who like to be told what to do by women. You can say it's a little bit sexist, but it is what it is. So anyways, so what I'm looking at is the typical. It's the typical leftist agenda here. The guy is cooking. There's nothing wrong with that. I love cooking. You know, I got my own space. I want to cook. I want to make my own food. He's taking care of the kids. No problem. Just picture a man working in the CIA coming home. The wife, she's a doctor, right? But she gets to come home to her children every day. She cooks and, you know, she takes care of the children as much as she can and whatever. Well, the roles are reversed, right? The roles are reversed. And, you know, of course, every leftist that watches it, they're just like, oh, that's fantastic. But the husband, it's such a pussy. I'm just like, bro, you seriously gotta step up, bro. You know, there is a scene where he knows that she works, you know, for the CIA or whatever, but he doesn't know exactly really what she does, and the husband doesn't know that she dropped a bomb on the asset, you know, on purpose, because he didn't want her to suffer or whatever. And so she's going through this hard, you know, drama and tensions in her heart. And the husband sees that there's a little spot of blood, because they just killed they just killed 5 terrorists. Okay, they went in the mission. She had to go in because they were short of men, so she had to go in and, you know, they go in, the badass, by the way. They went in there and killed all these people, and this guy was like, Allahu Akbar. You know, he was about to say Allahu Akbar, and they destroyed him right there. And you know, they killed him before he activated the vest, but they called her on the radio. Oh, he activated a live explosive, blah, blah, blah. This is just to cover their tracks, obviously. But the point is that the husband, you know, I get it. He has a stressful job. He's a surgeon of some sort, or doctor of some sort. And, you know, he gets to see a lot of bad people. A lot of bad stuff happen to people, good people. You know, they die and things like that, right? So I get it. He's emotional. But... oh my God, I was just like, typical. I already know how this works, you know. And so she comes in with a little spot of blood on her, and she's like, oh my God, are you okay? And she goes into the bathroom, like, what is that, you know? And she starts wiping it off. And the husband says, oh, now I married a hitman? Like in a very gayish tone, in a feminine tone. And I'm just like, bro, she is, you know where she works. You know how stressful your job is. You're doing a great job with the girls. Kind of. He's not doing a great job with the girls. But he thinks he's doing a great job with the girls. Listen, I'm going to tell you two things in here that I already knew was going to happen. And he just throws a bitch fit about how tough her job is for this country. She has to do things that she doesn't want to because she believes it's saving American lives, right? I get that. That's, you know, we get that. But, you know, the thing that gets to me is how the Hollywood movies like to make men so weak so that women look better. And there's nothing wrong. I love females. You guys know I respect you all, and my mother was the greatest example of that. But the thing is that this is the agenda that Hollywood has, and it just gets to me how people just eat it up. She is the man in the house, not just the provider. She is the man of the house, and this is why her daughter is acting up, because she's the one with the balls, and the guy that supposedly has balls doesn't have any. The discipline doesn't work at home. We all have a place in the family. I get it. That some women are more disciplinary, and there is some women that are stronger than other men. But the fact is that every single time that I watch a movie, never fails. The man is being ran by women. Here's the thing. Here's the catch. Ready? They're in boot camp. They have the man on one side doing pull-ups, and then they have the women, holding, to see how long they can hold, right? They got this scrawny ass looking woman, no muscle in sight anywhere. And she says, I want to be on that side with the man. She's like, she goes, I need 11 pull-ups or something like that to pass. She says, I'll give you 15. And I'm like, okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go, G.I. Jane, And she goes out there and grabs up and she starts doing pull-ups. 12, 13, 14, you know what I'm saying? 15. And she went over there, and of course she put the record. 21 pull-ups. She made the record. Now, on her test, she was stronger than every man, than most men in the military. She was stronger than every other military man in the Army, in the Marines. And she was smarter. She was smarter and stronger than most of the men than most of the Marine. That's how this show goes. So listen, there is a definite, clear agenda. They are just trying to make women look stronger than men, smarter than men. Okay, listen, I got nothing against that. But when you're trying to make that, come on, man. I'm gonna tell you something. Listen. I want to tell you something. I can have a woman twice my size, and even a man is going to have a hard time. I can have a woman twice my size trying to throw me over. She will lose every single time. Let me just tell you that right now. So, and I'm not this Hulk guy, you know what I'm saying? But I can tell you that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I've beaten down guys twice my size. I'm very proud of that. The one thing I can't do, I can't fight like friends that I love and family. I can't do that. So I always look like a wimp when I'm back down from a fight. But the reality is that's just the way Hollywood is, right? And so the mark, it's supposed to get close. Like the skinny woman that beat all the Marines. Oh, man. All right. It's fiction. I get it. It's just a movie. But, she beat all the Marines. Hey, Raj babe, how are you? Good to see you on here. Go for the knees and balls. Believe me, I watch them jewels, girl. You are not going to be kicking me there. If you kick me there, you are very wise and smart and agile, and you are not going to kick me there. Let me tell you that right now. But anyway, so the asset is this female, and her job is to get close to this woman who is going to be married to the guy that they're looking for. You guys know this. If you haven't watched Lioness, Lioness is on Paramount, I believe, and and so she goes in, and she's got this broken thing and this and that and blah blah blah. And so she goes in there, And what's crazy is that the way that the woman was talking about, she's talking about the man that she's going to marry, and she got all these luxuries, and how she loves the sand, but she doesn't want to live in the Middle East, and it's so dirty, the sand gets everywhere, blah, blah, blah. And so she's Middle Eastern. I don't know if she's Iraqi or something. But the point is that, they're trying to make her friends so that she can get information. Where's going to be the wedding? Where's the location? What time? Who's going to be there? And so they're trying to make her talk as a friend, undercover type of stuff, right? So that's what we call the mark, okay? Undercover. And so the way that the woman is talking to her, to the mark, I told my wife, I was like, oh, man. All right, yeah, I already know what's going to happen. This is like 3 chapters before. And I was like, she's going to sleep with her. Watch. I said, she's going to sleep with her. You can already tell where it's going. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, what kind of man are you looking for? Oh, I want a man that does this and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And then she says, oh, I can do this. I was like, oh, shit, here we go. Here comes the lesbo part. The lesbo part is going to come in. And I was just like, here we go. Watch this, babe. And I'm telling to my wife, I was like, watch this. It's right here. Watch. And they cut away, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just reading too much into this. The second episode that they get together again, I was like, oh, here we go. They are in the bedroom. Watch this, babe. Watch. I told you. Watch. And I was like, you know what? Just get ready to fast forward, blah, blah, blah. We're watching the show, and I said, look, there it is. Look, what I tell you. And then they cut it off. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm just reading too much into this. There's no way. Maybe I'm just... I'm just this guy that just, I'm just, I don't know, this gay phobia. I don't know what they call it. Homophobia, whatever. And there's no need. I don't need to see a man having sex with a woman. I get it. Okay, fantastic, great job. I don't need to see that. I want to see action. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what the mystery is. I want the investigations, you know what I mean? I wanted the suspense. I want to see the explosions. I want to see all of this evolve. But no, the main point was to evolve a lesbian relationship. We get to another episode, and I was like, oh, boy, here we go. I know it. Yep, they're going to have the lesbian scene. Yeah, that's just... And I'm kind of ruining it for myself because once I get in that mode... I just fast forward shit. You know what I mean? I don't care about their feelings. I care about the mission. I want to see the job get done, right? This is entertainment for me. But somehow the writers, the directors, they just want to have some sort of sexual intimacy in there from somebody. And so, of course, they eventually, they do. They do the thing. You know what I'm saying? And so the lioness leader, she doesn't know about this, okay? Okay. Yeah, David Blackburn, you have lowered the IQ on the chat, but don't worry. There is a cure for that. And go have a break. Go have a 30-minute break. Go outside, have a smoke, come back, relax, grab a cup of Joe, and make yourself comfortable. So anyway, so the lioness chief, the leader, comes in and she's like, okay, what's she been up to? Well, she's been at it for 3 hours. And I'm just like, bro, they just killed. I want to know what happens to this damn terrorist. So tonight I got to finish season 1, and probably will finish season 2. To be honest, well, I want to see what happens to this terrorist. Guys, I watch movies, right? About soldiers, wars, missions, a lot of science fiction. And these people, they keep bringing in controversial issues from life, And so I don't enjoy it anymore because I find myself fast-forwarding stuff, Diana knows, So, yeah, that's what we do. My wife is over there fast-forwarding stuff as well, And I'm just like, these fucking people just don't know how to give us some good entertainment. I just don't get it. Like, why would you have to do that? I think it's funny. There is a lesbian in there, but she's not out there making love to anybody. She is just a badass freaking soldier. You know what I'm saying? She has a good heart. She defends the team. She really is a leader, right? And she can dominate the boys. That's fine. But the whole, come on, man, just don't do that, man, don't do that, you know. And so they kind of ruined it for me. But overall, I think the show is not too bad. Just fast forward the thing and you'll be fine. So anyway, so now the asset, the mark, is compromised because the mark has fallen in love with the woman that she's supposed to get close to. It happens. What's crazy to me is that she's not gay. She's been with men. She's heterosexual. She's been with men all of her life. And the last man she was with, he was very abusive. I mean, this is like impossible for me to understand that somebody can be that bad of a man, but I guess it happens. And so, I don't know. I think this show is kind of, it went down like 30% on my rating chart. Okay. But here's the catch on this. They mention things about petrol, oil, energy, right? And you have this theorist making these movies. I get it. Hey, inspirational. I got you. The problem is that a lot of Hollywood stars, like the piece of shit, what's his name? Robert De Niro, right? They go and act on all of these things, right? To the point where they end up believing these things. And so because they're acting and they're reading scripts about conspiracies, government conspiracies, CIA secrets, FBI, all the shit that everybody complains about on my chat when they come in here, Epstein files, this and that. These guys, all they know is movies. They know all the theories about movies. And they think it's real life. This is how Hollywood has been brainwashing this generation that we have today. They can't think for themselves. They can't figure out, hey, listen, I am watching a fictional movie. This is not real. I'm not going to act like this in real life. And they have such a hard time separating fiction from reality or reality from fiction. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I see with the libtards. They stay so far left or they go so far right. They watch all these movies, especially, when they start making movies about racism, right? It angers people. Oh my God, white people are so bad. Oh my God, I hate white people. You are white. Oh yeah. Are you that way? No. Then why you hate white people? And then you watch the movies. I'm sorry, but I'm going to say this. The black community, you guys are screwed. Every single black movie, comedy show, documentary, you guys are shit. I don't mean they shit. You are shit. Like you guys are represented so badly. So badly. And what Hollywood does is it celebrates your stupidity. Oh, man, I don't know if somebody understands what that means. Much better. BET. You guys, who knows about BET? I used to watch BET all the time. BET, MTV. Those were the shows and channels that I used to watch a lot. Beavis and Butthead. Remember that stupid cartoon? Yeah, right. That cartoon. Everybody knows about that if you live in the 80s, 90s era. If you were born in 2000, you don't know shit about any of our history. So you're missing out a lot. No. Yes, this is you fucking moron. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's how they make you look. If you're black, they make you look stupid. They make you look very ghetto. And the black community eats it. And they tell you, support black movies. What the fuck is a black movie? You know what I'm saying? It's like almost as close as the stupidity of the black national anthem. What the fuck is the black national anthem? Somebody explain to me what the fuck is the black national anthem. It doesn't make sense to me. What are you saying? Should we have a white national anthem? Of course not. We have the American national anthem. I see my Native American brothers. I see my Asian American. I see my African American. I see my Latino American. I see all people. All people who love this country. Who bled and died for this country. All of those people, ethnicities, cultures are represented with the United States of America flag. Do you know why we have 50 stars on the flag? Because we're united. And every state has its own people, its own culture, its own ethnicity mix. The national anthem, American national anthem, includes everybody. I don't understand why this fucking people come in here and start making up shit like the black national anthem. What the hell, bro? You see what I'm saying? And then Hispanics, yeah, let's get there. And then Hispanics are always represented. Here, watch. I'm going to go ahead and talk about my Hispanic people. Hispanic people are always represented as the women are the biggest gossipers. And black people, same thing, right? Women are cheaters. They gossip. They're gold diggers. They are liars, and they hate each other. All women, all Hispanic women, this is what they do. Men are womanizers. Womanizers, wife beaters, they're violent, and they hate each other. Hispanics are alcoholics. You got to bring tequila. You got to get drunk to be a real man. And then they add the Chicano side to the Latinos. They're gangbangers. They have this family unity, but they're violent. They're killing each other in the neighborhood. They're thieves. We're not good. That's the representation of the Hispanics. And they do the same thing with the black communities. The black people are always ghetto, always doing some crack, getting high like a motherfucker. You guys remember that movie Friday? Please. I know you white folks also get high and give yourself a bad name. But what I'm saying is, all of these things that you watch for entertainment, movies, or whatever, whether it's a black, white, Hispanic, whatever, it's a movie. Don't act like that in real life. It doesn't matter if they're making the black people look ghetto and bad, always fighting and yelling. I mean, they do that in real life. And maybe they learned that from a stupid-ass movie. Maybe they learned that from their family. I get it. But you got to make a choice. I don't go and act ghetto. I don't go and act like a gangster, a gangbanger. No. You know, every comedian, every black comedian always makes fun of white people. They don't know how to dance. Well, that's been proven to be a myth. A lot of white people dance better than black people. Some people, black people can't dance either. They're stiffs. Latinos, on the other hand, we got a reputation of being able to dance. As Shakira says, those hips don't lie. Anyways, those are the things that I want to point out. And you see how, even though we don't have that many people on here today, you see how the mentality of some of the people are, the way that they react. I'm telling you the truth, because black directors, writers, etc., they think that they are promoting some sort of, great acting career for the black people, but they're just making them look like really ghetto, horrible, on low IQ. And then for the Hispanics, a bunch of dramatic, novelas, you're cheaters, gold diggers, or you're a gangbanger. And if you speak proper English, well, you know what happens with that. You need to learn to separate reality from make-believe. You got to stop it. I have seen people that live life as if they are in the movie. I've seen people that do stupid shit like if they're playing Grand Theft Auto. They think it's funny. It's an adrenaline game for them. And they got to stop it, man. Stop being a criminal. Stop trying to reenact criminality. It's not cool. It's not funny. Tell me, who do you think would get mad at me when I am speaking against criminality? When I am speaking against movies, black, Asian, white, Hispanic, whatever, making people look bad and people acting like the movies that they watch. Tell me, who will get mad at me for calling that out and tell you to use common sense and realize that reality is not a movie? What does that say, James? James says also Hollywood, everyone the same looking race, like all black people are the same shade, like all black people in a family the same shade or black. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's just what you happen to see. But you know, but I see it all the time. You know, if they have a black man, for example, right, in a black movie, and the guy is smart, he speaks proper English. You know, he doesn't speak slang like the white people from the South. This is what I think is funny. That black people think that acting like that makes them black. The way that they speak their English, that's how white people speak over there in the South. That's not a black language. That slang belongs to white people, by the way. You know, and then they added some racial words in there that they want to tolerate and call themselves. That's on them. But they actually talk like white people from the southern states. That's all that is. You know, and they hate the black man who is educated, who is doing something for himself and doesn't act ghetto. They have a really hard time with that. Why do you have a hard time with somebody assimilating to educated civilization? Why do you have to be ghetto? Tell me that. Why do you have to have a loud mouth, act ghetto, and be a criminal to consider yourself black? I was watching these cop car chases. There's a couple of white people in there. But what I find interesting is that the black people, the black guys that were running away from the cops are chasing them. You know, you're watching, they're chasing them. And the guys just, you know, they do this and blah, blah, blah. They cause red lights, stop lights, all this shit, right? Finally, when they get pulled over, here we go. You ready? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. I think Robert is still taking his elderly morning nap, but it's okay. Eventually, he will come in here. No, we don't hate Democrats. Wrong. You haven't been paying attention to my channel. Wrong. You haven't been paying attention to anything that I've said in my channel. And anyway, so the black guys, they get pulled over. One thing they have in common. What do you think they had in common? I bet you'll never guess. What do you think that all of these black guys that got pulled over had in common? Give me just one thing that you think that they had in common besides being black. All right, let's see. Let me read a couple of comments. Let me give you guys some freebies since we are very slow right now. Resist? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Brush bait, that was pretty quick. But I think anybody, that has got probably guilty of something will be resisting. So that can go to anybody. Okay, second thing. What is the other thing that you think that these criminals had in common besides being black? Crime? Yeah. Ding! That's one. No license? Bing! That's two. Anything else? Any criminal will fit those. But yeah, those are the things that they had in common. What else? No. Rodney, the best way to watch the Dennis Herrera show is by being blocked and just not commenting. Yeah, that's one. Label, that's right. They had guns. Drugs. What else? Give me one. Damn, yes. Okay, yes. Give me a card. How's that? I'll give you a tip. I'll give you a hint. Give me the card that they used for being pulled over. Easy, right? Everybody knows. I'm sure everybody knows. Oh, man. Whoo! Attitude. Yeah, we all have attitudes. Thank you, Riqueza. Luis. Yeah, you guys know your stuff, man. I think most criminals do that, but Snap, no. Brian Reedy. The race car. Yo, you pulled me over because I'm black. All these people over here doing that. No, motherfucker, you have drugs. You have a gun. They played the race car. And I tell my wife doesn't pay attention to me. And I tell my wife, I was like, look at all these black guys getting pulled over. They get in a wreck because they get taken down by the police. And then the first thing that they say after I just got done watching the whole chase through the town, through the freeway, and the guy says, you pulled me over because I'm black. What did I do? And then you hear they got warrants for their arrest, they got drugs, they have guns, no license. Oh, my God, they stole the car. What did I do? Well, listen, I'm sorry to all my good black folks out there, but these people make you look like fucking idiots. Just like the Chicanos and the illegal immigrants. They make us Hispanics look like a fucking bunch of idiots. That's just the way it is, society. So, again, if you like watching movies, which I enjoy, I'm a big science fiction guy movie. I'm a big action movie. I like some suspense in some movies, but not the whole freaking movie. It's boring. I can watch a movie. My wife is jumping off the couch, off the bed. And I'm like, really? It happened last night. I was just laughing at my wife. And I was like, the people in the movie, they jump, right? Because something surprised them. But so did my wife. And I said, why you jump? True story. She's over here listening to me right now. She knows. Oh, man. All right, guys, enough. Story time is over. It is time to go ahead and get into the nitty-gritty. I don't think that we have any lives. We'll continue to look for that. But let me see. How do I want to run this? First of all, I should have saved the damn video. Oh, boy. Liberals say we are on stolen land. There's a lot of treaties that have been signed that will debunk that theory. But anywho, let them have some fun. Let's says this idiot. I'm a millionaire. Tax me, bitch. You give your money away, and then everybody will be happy. Let's see. Where is it? Let me see if I can find the video. Let's see. That's not good. I don't want to watch that. What is this? Hold on. Let me see what this is. I don't know what this is, but I want to show you. Let's watch this video together. I don't want to, make up stuff. Let's just watch it together. This is from my Facebook page, and this is from Zia Yusuf. Okay, this is what it says at the bottom of the video here. Let me see if you guys probably can see it. I'm going to try to, move the angle so that you guys can actually see that. But at the bottom left there, it says, if you're a white person in Britain and you get assaulted by ethnic minority men, what happens? Let's take a look. That's crazy, right? So the black dudes slammed the shit out of him, threw some hits on them, and this white bitch cup comes in and grabs the white guy that just got assaulted. She just comes in and attacks the victim. Did I see that wrong? Can somebody correct me on the chat? Maybe I'm making things up. But watch this. What? That is crazy.
I'm trying to fix that way. Put your hands behind your back. What the fuck, bro? I'm trying to go. No, you watch the fucking car, you dick. What the fuck, bro? Please. I'm trying to go. That's it. Get in the car. Get in the fucking car. I'm telling you now. Get in the car. Get in the fucking car. Put your legs in.
Body slam to the ground, punch in the back of the head. He gets arrested. Well, the UK is fucking cooked. Don't let that shit happen here in the United States. I know it's happening in some towns, but do not let that shit happen. All these white British pieces of shit cops, they deserve to get their country taken away. But this is why we got rid of the Brits in the first place. I'm sorry. I know, Ender. I know you guys are in the UK and all this shit, but I know that you're with us. And now I know a lot of the people in the UK are on our side. They have common sense. And let's be honest, because of the conservative, because of the white man that fought for this country here, this country has been revived. But everybody in Britain, everybody in the UK, they had to continue to bend the knee to the king, which is very, very, very ironic that the Democrat says, no king, Trump thinks he's a king. And the moment that the fucking king of England comes over here, they're over there bowing, getting on their knees. Matter of fact, they get on their knees for Africa. Remember the whole thing? They were in the whatever the African thing, they didn't even know what the hell it was. They're over there kneeling, all the Democrats, we're still humble. Shut the hell up. How can you treat your people like that? That's crazy. That is crazy. Crazy. Here's a doozy one. A convicted sex offender was apprehended at the Falfurrias checkpoint while attempting to illegally re-enter the United States with 16 other illegal aliens. The Cuban national tried to flee on foot and attempted to lie about his identity, but biometric checks revealed a green past, conviction of lewd and lascivious acts with a minor. He is now facing prosecution for illegal re-entry. It's a felony. Followed by deportation. The 16 other illegal aliens will be processed and deported. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the first video of today. And I have Harris Faulkner. And this is the Faulkner focus, I think is what she calls it. But I'm going to share this with you guys. Listen, I wish that we still had. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you. Thank you, all my MAGA, all my American, all my conservative values and Christians and all these crazy-ass people that believe in goodness that will prevail. Thank you guys for being here. Dennis, did you read the Project 2025? Yes, I agree with it. It's fantastic. Get rid of all this garbage. Making America great again doesn't mean make America white. Don't be racist. If you're not racist, stop being gullible and naive. Don't be stupid. You got to stop being stupid. Listen, I know we said that there is no cure for stupid, but you got to stop it. It's not too late. Only you can prevent retardations from multiplying in this country. Let's take a listen to see what Harris has to say about this. Oh, my bad. I muted her.
State Minnesota is back in the spotlight today. The Trump administration
is
accusing the governor, Tim Walz. Remember, he wanted to be the vice president with Kamala Harris. That didn't work out. They're accusing him of helping protect an illegal immigrant convicted of repeatedly sexually assaulting a 10-year-old child. The little...
that's fake news. Fake news. That's bullshit. Democrats will never defend criminals. Democrats will never defend illegal immigrants. I mean, because remember the Maryland father? Wait a minute. Maryland father. Oh, shit. He was not American. He was a Salvadorian citizen and a gangbanger and a wife beater and a human smuggler. Yeah. She's telling the truth. Democrats do protect illegal criminal aliens and allow for fraud and violence to go unchecked. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. I apologize. Fox, I called you fake news. My apologies. I remember now. I remember. Yeah.
Sister of his wife. Homeland Security says that man lost his legal status to be here after his conviction and faced a final order of deportation. He's a bad guy. Now, the Minnesota Board of Pardons has granted him clemency. The Department of Homeland Security says that pardon effectively wipes away the convictions that made him so deplorable and illegal and criminal and violent. The agency is calling the decision disgusting. DHS is not alone. Critics are coming up on this, too. One with Democrat leaders will literally pardon a foreigner who abuses little girls just to keep them in the country voting Democrat. Minnesota Republican and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer wrote this: I'm angry and disgusted at yet another action by our feckless governor that puts violent illegal aliens ahead of innocent Americans. And here is Laura Ingraham.
I mean, frankly, if you're a native-born Minnesotan, third or fourth generation, I think today you have to ask yourself, what rights do I really have in Minnesota? Do I have a right to be safe? Does my child have a right to be safe in school or on the streets? Or does this governor have an entirely different view of what citizenship in our country and then legal citizenship in his state really means? It is despicable.
Gianno Caldwell is with me coming up in focus. First, I want to go to Brooke Taylor reporting more on this story. Brooke.
Hi, Harris. Well, the Trump administration is accusing Governor Tim Walz of putting this convicted child sex offender ahead of public safety after a board that he sits on voted him clemency. So back in 2006, Tao Li Vang right here is a Laotian national. He was convicted of repeatedly sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl in Minnesota. Court records, they're too graphic for me to say on air, but the abuse spanned about 2 years from the time the victim was just 10 until she was 12 years old. Vang was 18 when the assault started. Investigators say he met the young girl through her older sister, who he later married. Now, according to court documents, Vang admitted to having sex with the child, telling investigators, quote, "I made a mistake, but this is a minor thing. It's a cultural thing in Thailand to marry and have sex with girls as young as 12. The victim told police he offered to pay her $10.
You're seriously going to sit there and deny? You're going to sit there and deny that that's happening? Are you serious? You're really going to tell me that that doesn't happen? I mean, this is why I cuss you people out. If an adult did something to my daughter, I will be going to jail. I want you to really pay attention. Cultural thing in Laos. Cultural. Why do we say assimilate to our American values if you come here? Folks, can't make this up. Cannot make this up. Unbelievable. But the leftists want to make you believe that Trump is in the Epstein files because he's doing that right there. They blame Trump for doing the very thing that these Democrats have been doing and continue to do. So I ask you, if you are a true American and you are in the Democratic Party, please leave. Come be with us until we have another party that Republicans can compete against. Stop supporting Democrats. I get it. I understand loyalty. But if you are really serious about protecting our children, if you're really serious about you're a Christian, if you are really serious about the truth and about caring for this country, you would stop supporting the fake Democratic Party right now. Show us. Show us that America is not that stupid. Join us as you did back for the 2024 election. Join us and help us have an election too big to rig. The Save America Act. It's so important for American values. I want you to understand that. If we are going to be a piece of shit nation because we have piece of shit citizens, then it is what it is. But don't let your American pride and, don't let your American culture be destroyed by your enemies, by those who hate you, who envy you, who are jealous of you for the simple fact that you are American. Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that. Pass the Save America Act. Everybody has to prove they're citizens. There are some exceptions. But at least we can have the majority of people proving that they are citizens and that we have fair elections. And again, if we vote and we make sure that only Americans are voting, and this country becomes a piece of shit, it is what it is. But don't let illegals tell you what to do. Don't let illegals tell you what your laws should be. They can go back to their little happy little land where they come from, to their country, and make their country great again. You know why they won't do that? A lot of people are forced by their own government to come over here and make America look like shit. You know why? For the very simple reason that they're very jealous and envious of you. It's time to stand up, Americans. Very few of you here today. That's okay. You got to stand up for your country, man. You see all these illegal Mexicans in here waving the Mexican flag, and their anchor babies waving the Mexican flag. Even though they were born here in America, they don't wave the American flag. They wave the Mexican flag. All these Chicanos, they wave the Mexican flag. The so-called U.S. Marine Mexican flag. What the fuck? How did you, what? Did you not learn anything when you were in service? Did they not teach you shit in service? They don't teach you how to love and respect this country. They don't ask you the question, do you love the United States of America? Do you put the United States of America before any other country? They don't ask you that fucking question. When you enlist in the military, you don't have to make an oath. Huh? There is an oath that you make. If you call yourself a Marine, why you break your oath? One of the reasons why I love Mr. Wally Brown, our Navajo elder. He served as a Marine. He made an oath. He said, till this day, that oath stands. It hasn't been canceled. I still love the United States, and I still love the American flag. That's a true veteran American patriot hero right there. If you are born in this country, you got birthright citizenship, and you served in the military, and you say you're so much better than me, prove it. Show me. Show me. Show me how much more you stand up for America than I do. Show me how much more you care about preserving the rights of the American citizens and not the illegals. Show me that you are a better American than I am. I love it. Competition. It is the way democracy was set up. It was set up for you and me to battle it out, debate, argue. Know who can fuck the country worse, but who can make it better. And what was the argument? Well, I have this policy that's going to make our economy grow and then secure the borders. Well, my policy will make the economy even better. And the border will be more secure than the more secure that he says. We argue and we fought for who will present the best budget, the best defense, military, the best tactics to protect this country, the best things that are the best things for the American citizen. Like we were literally at war, Beverly, at war, debating. I am a better American than you. I'm a better American. Now it's like Republicans are saying, hey, listen, I'm an American citizen. I love this country. I love the people. And the Democrat says, I'm a better criminal. I'm a better communist. I bring a new ideology that the United States is not new, but they have been rejecting. Socialism. Socialist, communist, Marxist. Democrats keep bringing that shit up over and over and over. And that's who we're fighting now. You got Democrats supporting foreigners. They're supporting our enemies. For Pete's sakes, there is traitor Marines that come in here and they say Iran won the war. Are you fucking kidding me? We have a traitor Marine that goes to the court and says impeach Trump. Got arrested. Yeah, later he was released. But nonetheless, it's not a Marine. It was an Air Force. Yeah, it was an Air Force. I don't know what his title was, but what a shame. What the hell are you talking? He goes over there and says, oh, we made a mistake in Venezuela. What the fuck are you smoking? It has been proven to be the opposite of that argument. And there is this Air Force. I don't get it. What the hell happened to the real American people? What the fuck? Did you fall in love with the enemy? Like that dumbass show that I just told you about. This female soldier goes in to get some intel on a terrorist that is going to marry this woman, and she falls in love with the woman. Mission compromised. All of a sudden, she can't fucking do the job. That's how these military people act. How can I respect you? You serve in the military for nothing. You did it for selfish reasons, not because you love this country. That is a big problem. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, man. How else can I tell you? Good morning, James. How are you, brother? Good to have you here, Mr. Cyril. How are you, Sergeant? Big Floyd in the house. What's popping? I think the zinc roofer already opened the Johnny Walker. I told you to leave that Johnny Walker on the shelf, man. Why you started drinking? Man, I don't understand. Hi, Michelle. How are you? Good morning. But I'm telling you, man, I'm so thankful for people that have served our country and the military. But it shows who's done it selfishly for own personal gains and reasons. And it shows who the true patriots are. It is like day and night to watch a Marine that is no longer active, but continues to keep his oath to the American people, not to illegal immigrants. For some reason, Democrats, they just love to defend criminals. I don't understand that. For that little simple fact that they protect criminals, I wouldn't be a Democrat today. If for whatever other reason, for the simple fact that they went all the way down to El Salvador, a foreign nation, to remove or bring back an illegal immigrant, a citizen of that nation, to bring it back to the States, that same illegal immigrant is a gangbanger, an MS-13. That same illegal immigrant is also a wife beater. Twice she called the police on him. That same illegal immigrant was smuggling humans, illegal aliens, in this country. And the Democrat Party double and triple down to defend that. Why the hell are you still supporting Democrats? Unbelievable. Let me restart here.
Does this governor have an entirely different view of what citizenship in our country and then legal citizenship in his state really means? It is despicable.
Gianno Caldwell is with me coming up in focus. First, I want to go to Brooke Taylor reporting more on this story. Brooke.
Hi, Harris. Well, the Trump administration is accusing Governor Tim Walz of putting this convicted child sex offender ahead of public safety after a board that he sits on voted him clemency. So back in 2006, Tao Li Vang right here is a Laotian national. He was convicted of repeatedly sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl in Minnesota. Court records, they're too graphic for me to say on air, but the abuse span.
So wait a minute. So Mikhail, which is probably a foreigner, he's not an American, you're going to tell me that you're listening to this pedophile right here, to this child rapist. They're giving you information about this child rapist, and you're focused on my accent? Bro, get the fuck out of here with that, man. Unbelievable.
And about 2 years from the time the victim was just 10 until she was 12 years old. Vang was 18 when the assault started. Investigators say he met the young girl through her older sister, who he later married. Now, according to court documents, Vang admitted to having sex with the child, telling investigators, quote, "I made a mistake, but this is a minor thing. It's a cultural thing in Thailand to marry and have sex with girls as young as 12. The victim told police he offered to pay her $10 to keep her quiet. DHS says Vang lost his legal status after the conviction and was under a final order of deportation. The victim also sent a letter to the Minnesota Board of Pardons supporting Vang's request for a pardon. That board, made up of Governor Tim Walz, the state's attorney general, and Chief Justice, they voted to grant him clemency. DHS blasting this decision, saying in part, quote, "Governor Tim Walz's decision to pardon an illegal alien convicted child rapist so he can remain in our country is disgusting. This pardon will take away the child rapist's qualifying convictions that made him removable from the United States." And Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeier also reacting to the news, quote, "In Florida, you will face the death penalty for raping a child. In Minnesota, you'll be rewarded with a pardon." Now, Fox has reached out to all three board members, including Governor Walz, to ask why they decided to pardon this convicted child sex offender. We haven't heard back yet. Harris.
Wow, there shouldn't be a wait on that. They should be able to immediately tell us why they made such a horrible decision. They make a lot of those in that state right now under that particular governor, fraud, so on and so forth. Thank you very much. And focus with me now, Gianno Caldwell, Fox News political analyst. Look, it would appear that the governor really, really doesn't like his own people in that state, because when you unleash somebody like this onto the citizenry without any even attempt at rehabilitation, nothing. And this guy says it was a cultural reason why he was doing that to a 10-year-old. That's sick. Where is Walz?
You know, this action.
I told my wife, I said, you know, I'm showing you guys. I said, I'm showing them that this child rapist, you know, this guy that has been, you know, having sex with this for 2 years with his 10. Now she's 12 years old. She's been having sex for 2 years since she was 10. You know, was pardoned. I said I would have cut his balls off and feed them to him. She says, me too. I'm telling you, man, that's the way that we feel about it. Now, you know, we want the justice, the system to put them in jail and keep them there. I mean, Florida, the death penalty, absolutely. Tim Walz, man, Tampon Tim, bro. The attorney general, so corrupted, bro. So corrupted. And you know what's funny? Well, that's not funny. What's the craziest thing is that people here, you can tell they're on the left. They're making fun of my accent. They're making fun of my looks. Are you not fucking listening that some innocent child has been raped for 2 years by their own family member and the Democrats pardon him? I thought you were all about the Epstein files. I thought you were all about protecting innocent children. I thought you were all about protecting innocent women. What the fuck happened to that argument? Why do you support Democrats? What the fuck is your argument about the Epstein files now? How many times have I said it? Millions of cases, child pornography all over the United States of America, and you're fucking worried about the Epstein files. What about it? Trump is not in there the way you think he is, you dumbasses. Biden would have released that. Obama would have released that. But you know why they don't? Because all the Democrats are included in the Epstein files. So fuck you very much for bringing up the Epstein files. The point is that these motherfuckers are over here are still supporting pedophiles. And they pardon them. Pedophiles, rapists. I just told you about Abreu Garcia, the Salvadorian citizen, gangbanger, wife beater, human smuggler. Democrats went and fought and spent hundreds of millions of dollars in court defending this piece of shit garbage of a human. And you continue to vote for Democrats. How the hell is that possible? Save the America Act. Proof of citizenship to vote. It's the only way. It's the only way. We're not in Jim Crow. Everybody can afford to go get an ID or a license. So don't give me the bullshit-ass excuses. Go get it. Unbelievable that you're still supporting Democrats. Zinkrufer, they ran out of patience on you? Guys, forgive him. He's taking a shot. He's taking a couple of drinks with Johnny Walker Blue. This is what the guy drinks out of his Porsche.
By the governor and the other individuals involved is a direct smack in the face to every little girl throughout the state of Minnesota. The fact that they were even willing to do that in this particular era says a lot. And this is where progressives and the Democratic Socialists are going in America. This is not just a Minnesota issue. We're seeing these kind of folks spring up all across the country. I'm talking about Democrats who are virtual signaling by saying we're not going to work with ICE to have many of these individuals deported. If you look at the numbers, as of July 2024, there was about almost 16,000 people, 15,800 folks who are on ICE ICE detainers. They want them on ICE detainers. They're not in ICE custody just yet. These are people who are walking through the United States and cities and towns and states across our country who may have the same belief as him. It's a cultural thing. They're raping little girls. They're sexually assaulting them. And Democrats are protecting these people.
I mean, I just don't know what it gets them. And he is disqualified from being here legally. So if he votes in that state, that's also a crime. And then you just go straight to the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, and that governor, and what do you do with them? Because they would allow that to happen. More focus now on illegal immigrant crime, what you were just talking about. At a heated House hearing this week, Jessica Gorman made a powerful statement calling sanctuary policies all sorts of things in terms of what it cost her. Her 18-year-old daughter, Sheridan, was shot and killed in March while walking with her college friends along the lake in Chicago. The suspect, an illegal alien from Venezuela. Here she is, this child's mom.
This cannot be explained away, and it cannot be buried beneath a list of unrelated issues that you all paraded before us. Thanks for telling me without telling me that, you know, you're here, but you don't want to be. This is the fourth time you had angel families. Thanks for telling me you don't care. This cannot be buried under your slogans, your statistics, or excuses, and this just can't stand. Explain why people here illegally matter more than your American citizens. Explain why sanctuary policies matter more than my Sheridan's life. Explain why cooperation with ICE was too much to ask for, but asking our American parents to bury our children is somehow acceptable. What if she was yours? Would you even hesitate for 1 second to act, to make changes? My Sheridan spent her whole life choosing others. Today, I'm just asking this committee in our Congress and our country to choose her.
If those Democrats in the room had any heart, you would see all of them stand up, every single lawmaker in that room, and go and hug that mom. Both of Sheridan's parents were on Fox this morning. Watch this.
Just disrespectful. You know, we were there telling Sheridan's story. My wife poured her heart out. And just to hear that, it just shows you that they don't want this to change.
I have to say, one of the Democratic representatives there was napping while they were giving the opening remarks. I literally was just here to tell the story of Sheridan and her extraordinary love in life. They were napping.
Jono, your reaction to that?
How could your heart not break watching her in that committee hearing, seeing her on Fox and Friends? I mean, this is, wow, that was very powerful, and it puts a face to what many American families have experienced, Angel families specifically. You have in the state of Illinois over 550,000 illegal immigrants in that state. They've spent billions of dollars as a welcome mat to these individuals. Many that have come in have committed crimes. It puts a face to the families that are experiencing these tragedies, and the Democrats who do not care. They don't give a damn about the citizens in their country, in their states, and their localities. They care about virtue signaling. They care about trying to win elections. These are folks these are people who should not be in office. We need to focus on saving the lives of these young people who keep experiencing danger from these illegal immigrants in our country. ICE is doing an incredible job arresting, detaining, and deporting these people.
They are.
We need these local elected officials to work with ICE and DHS to save lives, and they just simply continue to show that they could give a damn about these young people and these Americans who are losing their lives at the hands of these illegal immigrants.
Look, and it seems like they target young girls and young women. I mean, we can only say that statistically,
Exactly
and
right.
we know their names. We know their names, these young women. It's so sad. Well, you know what? Maybe it...
Listen, it's a cultural thing. It's a corruption thing. It's a horrible sexual immorality thing. You know, we have this thing here in this country that we have been so open and freely about pornography, you know, and pornography gets promoted all over the place. I get it, you know, we're weak. We're weak in the flesh, and I have seen it before, you know, and it corrupts your mind. It really does. It creates more problems than you actually think. You know, once you give into that, it's very hard to get out of it. And you can't play dumb and say, oh, you know what, I never do that. I seen it, but I didn't do anything. Bullshit. It's very corrupted. It's really bad. And I think that in a country where we supposedly care so much to defend children and women and stopping human trafficking and prostitution and all this stuff, I find it so hard to believe that we allow pornography to be legal in this country. Pornography, period, should be illegal. That's just me. That is just me. But you can't change the fact that Democrats continue to defend criminals, rapists. Interesting. Dennis is a scammer trying to lure the weak-minded kids. Interesting that you say kids. I'm going to report you. I'm going to report you. That's funny how you have YouTube compliance. Yeah, and I'm going to hide you from my channel. I think you're a pervert. The fact that I'm talking about protecting our innocent children and you make that statement on my chat as if to say to kids, don't listen to somebody trying to protect your innocence, you done fucked up. I hope they cancel your damn name. I hope YouTube never allows you to ever be on the YouTube platform. Fucking pervert. That is crazy. You know, Quest, the only reason why I agree with you about that is because they will give you a license to be able to argue. But I honestly believe that you don't need to be a lawyer to speak with common sense. You just have to know how to be able to speak in public and truly believe what you stand for. You know why I do this for so many hours every day? because everything that I tell you, it's not scripted. I mean, I can, I always say this. I can script something for myself, but everything is fluent, and maybe that's why people, maybe some people don't stick around because of that. But it's me. If you want to have a conversation with me, you can have a conversation. Today, maybe, if we have good community responses, I will open up my phone line, and then, you can go ahead and tell me, how you feel. If you decide to waste that time with just cursing at me, well, you just get hung up. You just get hung up on it, and that's it. There goes your chance to speak to everybody. But I will open up the phone lines. That is part of my plan today. So with that being said, let me show you a couple of things that I'm very curious about. I used to like Rand Paul. Because I was sitting in some of the hearings, and he actually spoke with a lot of common sense. And then for some reason, during this last administration, and even this administration with Trump, he just seemed to be more of a rhino. And the problem is this: maybe he's not a rhino, but I think that a lot of times people, when their common sense or the critical thinking is different, right? I get that. We all think differently, but I can't know that this side is so rotten. It's so rotten to the core. I can't ignore that the left side is rotten to the core. It's so rotten to the core that they're eating each other. They're getting more radical and more radical. The ones that we thought were far left, no, they're worse. And they're beating those who were already too far left. How is that possible? Well, it's happening in New York. It's happening everywhere on the Democratic side. In Rand Paul, we had some bills that were more beneficial to American citizens. No benefits for illegal immigrants. And he sided with the Democrats. That's the unthinkable to me. He did the unthinkable. And I always say, I told you so. I want to be saying it. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Let's take a listen and see what Senator Rand Paul has to say now.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court may have kept birthright citizenship in place, moving it from the courts to Congress. And Justice Brett Kavanaugh writes in his concurring opinion that Congress could, consistent with the 14th Amendment, enact new legislation establishing exceptions to birthright citizenship for children born to foreign citizens unlawfully or temporarily in the country. That would seem to suggest it would not require, according to Justice Brett Kavanaugh, a constitutional amendment. But Congress has tried to take action in the past. Back in 1993, there was a bill called the Immigration Stabilization Act, and it would have ended birthright citizenship for children born to mothers in the country illegally. Now, that bill was introduced by Democrat Senator Harry Reid.
How about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right? Guess again. If you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee of full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services.
Mind-blowing that is a Democrat 30 years ago. Reid's bill, though, never made it out of committee. But the idea never...
What have I told you? What do I keep telling you? That's the real Democratic Party right there. If you're a loyalist, wake up. Your Democratic Party, it's gone. Our Democratic Party, it's gone. The true competition to fight for who can better serve the American people is gone. There's only one party. The Republican Party seems to be the only ones that care about our children, about the future of the American citizens. It's not bullshit. It's not a lie. It's not some clickbait. It's not some story that I can get you to be on my side and convince you to be on my channel. I don't give a fuck about that. What I care is what's better for my kids. And because of that, I had to protect this country. You should do the same. Tucker Carlson has made enough money. He's made it very obvious. He bought some land on a Muslim country. I don't hate him. That's fine. You can do that. You're an American. You can do whatever you want on that. But you got to call an ace when ace and a spade when you see it. Tucker Carlson, like many other people who have made millions of dollars and have benefited of popularity, have turned their backs on the United States of America and its people. There's diseases. There's mental problems. We're human. We're weak. We're fragile. Tucker says that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And then he says, no, he didn't, never said that. And then they play the clip and he said it. Tucker Carlson says, I never said that. And then they play the clip and he's saying it. 2 days apart. He makes a statement and says, I never said that. 2 days apart. And he's contradicting himself. What I'm saying is, nobody's perfect. I get that. But you got to be able to tell when somebody turns their back on the United States of America. You got to call it for what it is. What's the other girl? Candace Owens. Candace Owens rised thanks to Charlie Kirk and became more famous with the Ben Shapiro show. But what's the one thing that made Candace Owens shine? She stood up against the Democrats, especially the Chinese spy that I think is still a spy. The Chinese guy, Ted Lieu, I think is his name. Sneaky son of a bitch. Sneaky. That guy is a snake. He really is a snake. Son of a bitch. He tried to set her up. But the stupidity of the Democrat side that we have today, he tried to call her a racist, a Hitler supporter, and then she called him out on that. She went viral with this video. Became very popular. Ben Shapiro made her even more popular. And then she says, Christ is king. Listen. Let me tell you something. I think it's okay to say that. There's nothing wrong with saying Christ is king. That is fine. That is fine. And Ben Shapiro made a big deal about it. And so did all the Jews. I think Ben Shapiro was wrong. And all the Jews were wrong about getting mad at her for saying Christ is King and Lord. We believe in freedom of religion. She should be allowed to say that. If they're allowed to say the Jews this and that and the Zionists and all this, but they should be allowed to say Christians as well, because Christian and Judaism is what this country was founded under. And I think that Ben Shapiro made a big mistake, and for doing so, he's paying the price. His network is paying the price. She goes on, okay, you're a Christian, I got you. You know, they didn't like you because you said Christ is Lord, okay. But now she goes on a vengeful, rant. And now everything that has to do with Israel is evil. Candace Owens has become a snake herself. The way she talks like somebody that is doing witchcraft. She talks like somebody that is possessed. Her hate towards Israel tells me that she is not Christian. She doesn't understand what she's talking about. This is what I mean with people. They have all this information. They sound smarter than me. They know more. They know dates. They know this and that. You know, I got to look it up. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the stuff that I tell you in history, I don't look up because I know by heart. I believe in it. But the point is that Candace Owens lost me because she went on a vengeful campaign against all of Israel because of her dispute with Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. Now she just sounds crazy. Now she got millions, like 6-7 million followers. I get it. She's still making her money. She can play it off and say, oh, I'm not making that much. Not bullshit. She's making some money. But she's crazy. You got to continue to speak with common sense and with truth. And stop going into these theories. Oh, I swear this is true. I got proof. Nothing. Nothing. They got nothing but theories. And they contradict themselves. They lie, and then they don't know how to backpedal it. This is the problem. When you say, oh, I swear on my mama and everything I believe, this is true, and it's fake, it's a lie. You're cursing yourself. Thanks for stopping by, Ono. Now get the hell out of my chat. Moron. All right, let's go ahead and finish this clip here real quick so we can get to the next one.
Never went away. Now, Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno is bringing it back. So let's take a look over at the wall. Part of Moreno's Immigration Stabilization Act of 2026 clarifies that birthright citizenship does not apply to children born in the U.S. to mothers who are neither U.S. citizens.
Of course it doesn't. But that also doesn't mean, Kenneth, that you're going to daily attack Israel as well. It goes both ways. You attack, I defend. That's how it works. The yin-yang. You choose the side where you want to be. You want to be on the attacking side or you want to be on the defending side. You can't condemn one and do the other. That's the problem, Kenneth. You condemn Israel as if to say, oh, it's just the bad side of Israel. And you punish the good people of Israel. You punish and ignore the good things that Israel does for us. But anyways, we can talk about that in a little bit.
Nor lawful permanent residents, and who remain subject to the jurisdiction of a foreign country. Now, supporters of this approach point to history. Back in 1884, the Supreme Court ruled that John Elk, born into a recognized Native American tribe, was not automatically a U.S. citizen by birthright. Now, years later, Congress passed the Indian Citizenship Act, and that's proof that citizenship was not envisioned as something as a birthright of being born on the soil of America and could be answered by an act of Congress. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul is concerned that legislation will not be good enough and it might in fact take a constitutional amendment. He wrote, I introduced a constitutional amendment months ago to fix birthright citizenship for good. After the Supreme Court's decision, this amendment matters more than ever. I urge my colleagues to take it seriously and join me in getting it passed. But changing the Constitution is a difficult two-step process. To get a new amendment into the Constitution, here's what would have to happen. After a congressional proposal is received, it would need 2/3 vote in both the House and the Senate. And then if that succeeds, it heads to the states for ratification. And then you either have to have 3/4 of state legislatures approve it or a convention of the states where 3/4 of the states approve it. Now, the last time we had a constitutional amendment was in 1992 involving congressional pay. Joining me now is Kentucky Senator and Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Rand Paul. Senator, good to have you on the program. Let's start with legislation. Senator Moreno's approach and the hint from Justice Kavanaugh that this could be solved before we get to the Constitution through legislation. Do you hold that similar belief?
You know, I'll support legislation or a constitutional amendment. I think this court decision pretty much indicates that the likelihood that legislation will fix this is very, very small. But I will support legislation. On the Constitution and on changing the amendment, yeah, it's hard. It takes a 2/3 vote in the Congress and then a 3/4 vote of the legislatures. But I'm not opposed to also trying the Article 5 convention. The Article 5 convention can be initiated by the state legislatures. So you could have 38 state legislatures initiate this, and you could be heading towards a convention. And guess what? Congress might wake up at that point and say, rather than have a convention, maybe we should do our job and pass this amendment, which used to have bipartisan support. But I'm for doing something, and I'm not for just waiting for 2/3 of Congress to come around. I think we should go to the state legislative level. So my plan is to go to the Kentucky state legislature first and ask them if they'll pass this amendment. And let's get it done one state at a time and put pressure on Congress and put pressure on the Democrats. This is an 80% issue. People don't think it's a good idea to have 8 million people come into your country, have on average 2 kids apiece, and they're all voting to transform the country.
We should just take a moment to marvel at the response of a Republican senator here to a disappointing decision from the Supreme Court, and that is to respond with legislation or a constitutional amendment, not packing the Supreme Court to change the outcomes at the Supreme Court, which is the response from the left for every decision that they do not like. If you, by the way, I'm pessimistic, Senator, that not only would it be possible to pass a constitutional amendment, but even to get legislation passed. I mean, we can't get the Save America Act passed, much less a birthright citizenship piece of legislation. If you can't do either of those, the only other logical response, it would seem, is up enforcement. You're going to keep the incentive in place, so you're going to have to do something to ensure that people don't respond to the incentive, and that's deportation and ensuring we have a closed border that remains.
Yeah, and I think this is the great miracle of the Trump administration. This second administration has really closed the border down. So if we fight elections, people say, oh, it's over because you can't pass a constitutional amendment. No, it's not over. These become debates. These become, discussions and ways that we decide who we're going to elect. When you look at the whole debate, look, the Republican Party, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment are great successes of the Republican Party that gave citizenship to newly freed slaves. Nobody voting on those amendments thought that we were going to let the children of 8 million people break into our country and then they would get to vote. Nobody thought that's what the amendment said. So I think we keep fighting. We say the Supreme Court did make an incorrect decision. We don't try to impeach them or replace them, but we keep fighting the battle and not give up on the substance of the battle. And I think if you go legislature by legislature, once we get to 25 or 30, maybe just Republican states that say, you know what, why don't we call a constitutional convention and fix this? Maybe the other side will begin to hear their inner Harry Reid and say, you know what, maybe we should listen to the people that don't think this is such a great idea to have the children of illegal aliens by the millions voting in our elections.
I don't know if there's any Democrats left like Harry Reid. I don't know if there's any blue states left that would elect Harry Reid, but Of course, we'd love to see that plan succeed. Senator Rand Paul, thanks for being here with us.
Thank you.
That's what I mean, man. First of all, let me clarify something here. For you morons that come into my channel, you came to the wrong channel to argue about Trump. This is a MAGA channel, whether you like it or not. Make America Great is not a slogan. It is our commandment. We got to fight to protect this country. We got to stand up for our nation. My dear Americans, don't let the trolls on the chat bring down your spirits. We must continue to fight to protect our freedoms and the rights of the American people. Period. Democrats have accused President Trump of doing all kinds of stuff, criminalities, et cetera, and Democrats themselves have proven to us that those have been all lies. And I mean, you can deny your eyes. You can go in and listen to CNN, ABC, and whatever news outlets you want. You can go and do that. But let's be clear, okay? Only one party doesn't support American citizens. They showed us, remember? If you believe that American citizens should be first before illegal immigrants, stand up. Only Republicans stood up. That is the biggest proof that you can have. You want more? if you just came into my channel, how about the Maryland father? That illegal Salvadorian, a criminal, gangbanger, wife beater, human smuggler. The Democrats took us to court. Us, the people. They used our tax-paying dollars in court to defend this illegal criminal alien. They even flew to El Salvador, had some margaritas and a little salsa dance. It's true. It's not a lie. It's a fact. That's 2 reasons. What, you want more? Oh, yeah. They shut the government down twice. Because the big, beautiful bill canceled the subsidies from COVID-19 that used to give the fraudsters money to steal billions of dollars from the American people, and millions of illegal immigrants got kicked off the welfare system and the healthcare system. You want more? Oh. Trump is in the middle of negotiating with Iran. Let's impeach Donald Trump. Okay. You still want more? They put our military down, and they try to turn our military against our president by making a video insinuating that President Trump is making illegal orders. You want more? Democrats just pardoned a child rapist. The rapist excuse? Oh, in Laos, we are allowed to marry 12-year-olds. Fuck you, zoo boy. Fuck you very much. I stand here every single fucking day defending innocent children and women and telling people to respect the law of the United States of America. So fuck you very much for your dumbass comments on my channel. The American people know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. Yeah, piece of shit zoo boy. Piece of shit you are. Go eat a big one. Democrats never have anything of substance to say. It's always name calling or just trying to be funny, but they don't know how. That's right, Mr. Mike. That's right. You know what's great about this country? We have freedom of speech. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If you have a channel and I go onto your channel, I'm going to respect your rules. Yeah, I got my freedom of speech, but it's your channel. I'm going to respect the rules. I can sit there and listen to somebody go off and say everything they want to say. And unless they ask for my opinion, I won't say anything. But if I am there, it's because I choose to be there and listen to the lies. Because you believe the lies. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and take you to the favorite part of this show, where I allow everybody to be able to call in, again, with a very small rule. If you act like a jackass when you are on my phone, live, you get blocked. You don't get to call back again because I don't pick up blocked calls. So I will give you, especially Kenneth, since he wants to talk so much things here that he knows about Republican presidents with recessions, depression, pandemics. You know what's funny? Recessions and depressions and pandemics. I didn't see you put Obama and Biden on that. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, huh, Kenneth? You fucking think I was born yesterday? Fucking pay attention to history. We live in today's society. We know what happened when Obama was president. So shut the hell up. I couldn't afford to buy gas under Obama when I was down in California. And I will go ahead and blame some of the Democrats in California. But Obama was in charge when he fucked up the economy for a bit. So don't come over here acting all innocent. All right. Hey, Sandra, how are you, sis? Steve, I know, brother. I see you, baby. I see you. My little brother in the house. Appreciate you all being here, man. Why don't we go ahead and open up the lines here so that we can have some, let's have some discussions. Let's see, let's see what you guys got. I will give you a whole 5 minutes. A whole 5 minutes. Oh, shit, I just moved the wrong screen. Let's see. I'm going to put myself here. Let me see. Where is... Nobody noticed the Resolute desk, huh? Yeah, I guess I didn't do a good job with it. Let's see. Call in. Don't worry. I'll get you the number. Hold on. Essay. I'll get you the number. I need to move this. Probably. How about if I put it up here in the corner? I think that should be enough. All right. Go ahead. Give me a call. Now, I'll give you guys 5 minutes to go ahead and you just tell me how you feel about Israel. Tell me, why do you support the Democratic Party today? Why do you believe or the lies that they tell you about Trump when you don't even acknowledge the facts and the criminal activity that the Democrats continue to do out in the open? Go ahead. Give me a call. 425-583-1155. You got up to 5 minutes. I will cut you off at 5 minutes, so make it count. All right? I'm going to give you a voice. Make it a good one. Make it a good one. Anybody can call. Anybody can call. But I will adhere to the 5 minutes. All right, come on. Don't. What happened? Where did they go? I know there's a small delay. It's okay. We'll go ahead and wait. Trump has been busted for fraud 4 times. Well. And what happened to that? We have a justice system, right? What happened to that? So if you make a claim that something happened, finish it. Tell me what was the end result. You see what I'm saying? You are more boring than the soccer game. See, that's how I know that you're a fool. Soccer is an exciting game. Soccer is a game where you can actually drink your beer in peace or whatever it is that you drink, soda, whatever. You can eat your snacks. And if you understand how hard it is to run and kick a soccer ball and control it and dominate, you will know that soccer is not boring. Soccer is one of the best sports. You know what I hate on every single sport? What I hate on every single sport is acting, the fake fouls. Oh, strong-ass legs, big, strong guys, barely get touched, and they revolt on the ground over and over. And they just keep, shut the hell up, bro. If I let you feel that my femur bone on my leg, I got a bunch of bumps on both of my legs. I've been playing soccer since I was 5 years old. All these bumps on my legs are hits, kicks. They're actually indentures in the bone from playing soccer. Not once did I throw myself on the ground and go, oh my God. Nope. My goal has always been either I score or I am going to be the best goalkeeper ever. By the way, number 1 goalkeeper in the Washington State 2 years in a row here when I was in high school. That's fantastic. Anyways, I love soccer. So if you don't like soccer, it is what it is. By the way, the United States of America won 2-0. 2-0 against Bosnia. What a great game. What a great game. Now, one of the Americans got expelled, red carded, from the game because there was a hard foul. I don't think it was intentional, but he could have broken the guy's ankle, and that So I don't think it was a red card, but it looked bad, especially in slow motion. It looked very bad. So yeah, he got ejected from the game, and he's not going to play on the next game. But I'm still confident that we have enough great players in the USA soccer team. Yeah, I don't like the floppers, bro. I really don't. But some people really get hurt, bro. Some people really indentures. Is that the word? What do you call that? Indentures, right? Am I talking about teeth? Hold on. Let me see. I don't know what to call it. Not even in Spanish. What the hell? That's a good point. Sansa, you're making me think about it. Let me say it in. Let me see what this is. Let me see. It's not an indenture. Indentures is a formal legal contract between two or more parties. It's not an indenture. You know where I get it from? When you're using your word, it's an indent, right? Okay, indents. Okay, let me take a look at indents. I'm sorry, guys. Oh man, let me see. Yeah, I think it's indents. A blank space used to offset a line or block. Yeah, okay. I did say indentures, didn't I? You caught me on that one, bro. You know what? It's indents. Yeah, okay. All right, I was pretty close. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Oh, man, that's funny. Thank you, Sensei. I appreciate you catching that one. Most of the people that come to my channel, they know I think in Spanish 100% of the time, and every single word, believe it or not, every single word that I say to you in English, I am translating it from Spanish to English. So when I can't translate a word to English, I go blank. It is what it is. Indentions, yeah, indentions would be more like it. Indents is more used for like Word documents, right? Yeah, stuff like that. But yeah, indentions would be the best word. I will probably forget it and say indentures again. Hey, guys, come on. 425-583-1155. You get 5 minutes of glory here on the Dennis Herrera Show, where you can have 5 minutes to tell me. Yeah, that is a forever bruise, my friend. Yeah, oh, believe me, I got a bunch of them on both of my legs. On both of my legs. We used to play soccer without the shin guards. So my shins always got hit really bad when we play on the street. And, we all had cleats, and that's how we played. It is what it is. All right, come on. If you are in here insulting me, your ass better call in and prove me wrong. Go ahead and tell me, why are you still defending the Democratic Party when we continue to show you proof that they continue to defend criminal, illegal aliens? Why? Why do you support the Democratic Party still? You know what I'm saying? Why? Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna put the ringer on so that everybody knows that the phone works. Why don't you want to call, man? This is your time. I just spilled some coffee on my phone. I have all these trolls that always come in here to give me shit. Dennis, why don't you ever open the phone lines? Because you don't fucking come to my channel every day, so you don't know that I do open the phone lines. There it is, right there. There you go, finally, somebody calls. All right, here we go. Detroit, Michigan. This got to be very good. Here we go. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
This is Jamar.
Jamar, what's going on, brother? Thanks for calling, man.
All right. So let me get this right. What's the question again? You say, why do we support the
Democrats.
Democratic Party?
Democrat, yeah.
Well, I think it's binary at the end of the day. You literally got a crook in office that's doing nothing for you, that makes all of his personal battles your battles. Mm-hmm. You don't got a border wall. You don't got a Doge check. All you're doing is lining this man's pockets. He doesn't believe in the Constitution. He doesn't do anything that he says he's going to do. I don't understand why y'all like to stand in line just to do his bidding.
How long you been watching
But I
my
think
show?
that's why it's binary.
Yeah. How long you been watching my show?
For a while.
A while. So everything that I just fucking show you right now, that didn't tell you anything?
No, it didn't tell me anything. It just tell me that, you got a bias and you don't really listen to facts.
No, okay. So what have Democrats done for American citizens?
I can tell you what they haven't done.
No, tell me what they have. Tell me why you support Democrats.
I'm about to tell you right now.
Okay,
If you listen.
go ahead.
The Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act. The one that y'all are trying to gut.
The Save America Act? Proof of citizenship?
The Voting Rights Act. The one that y'all are trying to gut. The Civil Rights Act. The one that y'all are trying to gut.
How are we gutting it?
You haven't been looking at it?
How are we gutting it?
You haven't been looking in the news?
How are we gutting it? You tell me. Don't ask me questions. Tell me.
All you gotta do is look at the news. The Supreme
The news
Court
lie all the time.
just ruled out the Supreme Court. No,
There you go. There you go. There you go. That's how you talk to me. Go ahead. What did the Supreme Court say?
No. I understand the type of guy you are. When something don't line up,
You don't know me. You don't know me.
The Supreme Court just gutted the doggone gerrymandering with the Voting Rights Act. And tell me I'm a lie.
No, that's good. I think it's good. That's a good thing.
You think it's good that they did that?
Yeah.
Why? Explain why.
Because it has nothing to do with black people.
What does it have to do with?
You think the gerrymandering for Democrats? You think that's for black people? Please tell me you're not that stupid.
I know what. Hey, hold on. First of all, let's be totally honest. Without black people, you wouldn't be shit in this country. We'll let you really know how they feel about you.
Without white people, you wouldn't be shit in this country.
What you mean without white people? Without white people,
then more white people die for black people than black people have died for black people.
That's the dumbest thing ever said.
It's the fucking truth, whether you like it or not.
That's the cool
It is the
You
truth.
wouldn't even be here.
It is the
You
truth.
would be a slave. You would be a slave.
Who enslaved who first?
Nobody enslaved.
Africans enslaved blacks first. Muslims enslaved white people first.
Let me explain something. That's stupid, what you're saying.
It is the
has
truth.
No thing.
Whether you like it or not, it's the truth.
That Africa was made up of a bunch of tribes. What you're seeing is people fighting people, just like what they're doing in Ukraine and Russia.
Please, don't insult my intelligence. I study African history. They build their African empires by enslaving the weaker tribes. Please, go do some research, bro. I know more about black people than you do, and you're supposed to be black.
You don't. Brother, you a coon. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm a coon. You're the one that fucking supports the Democratic Party, who are the founders of the KKK, the ones that have been stealing billions of dollars from the black people.
Okay, so listen. If they're the founders of the KKK, who's supporting the Confederate flag today?
The Democrats do.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, Democrats have been paying the KKK organization. They've been paying the Proud Boys. Where you been, bro?
It's not that. Listen, it's not that you're smart.
And what the hell is wrong with the Confederate flag? What is wrong with the Confederate flag?
What do you think is wrong with
There's nothing wrong with it. Unless you're a racist, you have a problem with it.
Oh man, you gotta be stupid.
Why?
You gotta be stupid. You like
what does the Confederate flag stand for?
You remember the woman that sung that song, "We will vote for Donald Trump," and then they took her husband away? I wish it was you, because you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's great. What is so racist about the Confederate flag?
Come on, man, I ain't gotta go there. What you think they were fighting for?
Well, that means if what you think is true.
I'm asking you. What were they fighting over?
Listen. What I'm telling you is this.
Smart guy. Hey, listen. I know you.
The Confederate flag, number one. Slow your roll. Hold on. Now I'm going to answer your question.
No, you listen.
Whose show is this, bro? Whose show is this? I'm going to answer your question.
If you don't like it,
and then fuck you. Then that's that simple. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Listen to me. I want you to understand something. Okay. The Confederate flag, the reason why it's not a racist flag to me, okay? We had the 13 colonies flag. We had the Confederate flag. You know, we have all these American flags, regardless of what you think about slavery or the bad things. Those are American flags. They should still have the freedom to wave that flag. We're not communists. The fact that he is black, I can tell he's black. He's one of the low IQ, ignorant black people because he keeps voting for Democrats. But what I find interesting is that he finds it racist. The Confederate flag. I want you to understand this. He finds the Confederate flag racist. By doing that, tells me that he is racist and he doesn't like his people. When I hear about the southern states, I don't automatically think racism. No, I don't think so. I don't. But the Democratic Party waves the red and black. I'm going to block his ass. You lost me, bro. You lost your chance. You lost your chance. If you're calling me from Detroit and you're not him, I will go ahead and allow you to call in again. I apologize about that. You can't erase our American history, whether you like it or not. If you really believe that the Confederate flag is racist, you are a racist. This guy says that the United States of America wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for black people. Well, I can make the same argument. Black people wouldn't be free if it wasn't for white people. Hey, who's calling?
Hey, this state rights to own slaves. You know the good Confederate guys.
Let me get somebody else to call in. Please, man, you got to learn how to talk to me. Hey, who's calling?
Teddy.
Hey, who's this?
Hey, it's Teddy. Can you hear me?
Oh, Teddy, what's going on, brother? Man, you know, all I ask is that you learn how to talk to me. Don't make me yell. Don't make me raise my voice. Don't make me go against you. Just fucking let me talk. I'm the host, and the guy is daring me to hang up on him. Well, okay. Just don't do that. Don't put yourself in that position. What's going on, Teddy?
That's a new one for me. A black guy calling a non-black person a coon. That's a new one for me. That's a new low.
You caught that, didn't you? I'm telling you, man.
I'm in total disbelief that the people can support a party that has done nothing for them.
Yeah.
In years. Look at Chicago and the worst cities around Detroit, Memphis. Yeah. All Democratic ran for the last 50 years, got the highest crime rates. They literally do nothing for you.
Yeah.
And they're voting for their own poverty, and then they call your show with threats and try to debunk you. And instead of having a conversation, they know it all, and they remain willfully ignorant.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, but the thing is that you're right, Jeb. The Confederate flag was a Democrat Party flag. I mean, this is where the Democrat Party comes from, and the Republicans were the ones that were fighting to free the slaves. You know, I find that there is actually a movie, I think, even though I want to separate reality from movies, right? But you remember that scene in the movie Glory, right? This is the reality. The majority of the people in this country still today is white people, right? But there is a scene in the movie Glory where Morgan Freeman has an argument with Denzel Washington. You know, Denzel Washington is the slave man who has a lot of resentment towards white people. We get that, right? Morgan Freeman actually is also one of the people that, you know, they see that, right? That there is this resentment there. But then he sees throughout the experience of him fighting, right, on this Civil War, he sees white people dying. For who? White people could have just said, yeah, fuck it. Let's just keep the slaves, right? They could have just said that.
Yeah.
There'll be no Civil War. Fuck it. Let them be slaves. Make some money. But white people didn't want slaves. They wanted freedom for everybody. And so Denzel Washington on the scene, he comes all pissed off, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then Morgan Freeman slaps the shit out of him, I think, and tells him, I have buried more white men than black men. So before, you know, of course he used the word, right, you know, call him nigger, whatever. And, you know, he goes off on him and tells him, like, who do you think is fighting for your freedom? You're not fighting for white people's freedom. You're fighting for black people to be freed from slavery. How can you come in here and argue with me and defend the actual racist? You're voting against people who is trying to secure the border, you know. And I always tell my wife, and I always tell people when I talk to them, I was like, you know, I know people don't believe that I have ADD, ADHD. That's fine. You know, that's fine. I said, but what you need to understand is when I think it's Teddy, it's so hectic in my brain. Listen, I can be having lunch with you, right? And you're making a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Watch how I act sometimes. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Where did he go? I'm still listening to you, but I'm also thinking about Honduras. I'm thinking about what's happening in the United States. I'm thinking about my children. I miss them. I love them. You know, the things that I wanted. I think about everything at the same time. And people don't understand why I get quiet. I know it's hard to believe because I do this show, but they don't understand why I get quiet.
Mm-hmm.
They think I get mad. They think I'm just, you know, I lost my mind. I can never think about one thing alone. I'm thinking multiple things at the same time. Like right now that we're talking, I'm thinking about Native Americans. I'm thinking about Venezuela. I'm thinking about what's going on in Honduras. I'm thinking about everything that's happening in our country, all the illegal immigrants, all the crimes, all these reports, everything is in my brain, and I'm thinking about it at the same time. Everything is there. So I gotta really walk through this little puzzle, you know, of information to be able to have this conversation with you. And I'm translating my English words instantly from Spanish to English all the time. I don't know. I've never been able to shut that off. But the point is that, you know, when I talk about illegal immigration and controlling, you know, securing the border, this guy comes in here and starts trashing the wall, you know, trashing the immigration laws that we have. Listen, Native Americans, right now, I bet you these people don't even know. Native Americans are struggling with a lot of drugs coming into their reservations, with a lot of prostitution. Young teenage Indian girls being raped, being trafficked for sex slavery. These people don't understand that Native Americans, blacks, Asians, everybody that is in this country, the American people, we need to protect it. There's not just one argument. There's a bunch of arguments that affect us. And we have a lot of trolls from Africa, from other countries. They don't give a shit about us. Illegal immigrants don't care about this country. Let's be honest. They support illegal immigration. You know why? Because they're free to do their crime. They laugh at us.
Well, I mean, if I'm a country and I'm an adversary of America, I'm sending people to my adversary to, you know, sleeper cells and all this other stuff.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you got to think about that, right? It seems to be common sense, Teddy, but they don't.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I want to redeem my time because you talked in my whole 5 minutes.
My talk doesn't take you 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Let me talk. I'm gonna get off of here and
it's all you. Go.
Let me talk about a more recent movie. Because this guy, he's delusional and low IQ, and unwilling to have a conversation. So I called in because he's a brother. I'm a brother. But
I hear you.
More recent movie just came out. A more recent movie that just came out that these people were upset about was Woman King, and they went to the movie theater with the expectation of one thing, and then they find out that, oh snap. Black people were the ones actually putting each other in slavery before the whites even came over to Africa, you know?
Yeah.
Slavery is not a new thing. So these people need to wake up and realize that they're supporting the party of slavery. And you get some of these low IQ congressmen and women coming in and saying the quiet part out loud.
Right.
Jasmine Crockett. Oh, we're not picking the fruits no more. We're not picking cotton no more.
That's right.
we need our Mexican slaves or our Salvadorian slaves.
Yeah.
The only people that should be seeking asylum in America are the ones in Chicago, Detroit, under threat of dying every day. I mean, look at Memphis. Like, they were talking about how the National Guard came down there, and the kids couldn't even go outside and ride their bikes. And then the National Guard came down there. Trump came down there and cleaned it up. And the people were so ecstatic because now we can actually go outside and, you know, and be safe. And most of the other cities, they're like, no, we don't want you to clean up our city. We want our people to live in squalor. I mean, it's insane, Dennis.
Yeah.
But I know you got other people that want to call in.
Not really.
I'm gonna get off of here.
The people that hate you don't really want to call in.
I know they're scared. It's easier to just stand the chat and say whatever they want and be disrespectful. But you know what? It is what it is. The party, the Democratic Party, has been demonic from the start.
Yeah.
And they still are.
Yeah.
I hope people actually do call in and have a civil discussion. But you know, a lot of them, unfortunately, low IQ, and they really just want to get up here to prove their point. And no matter if they're wrong, they're just going to continue to believe in their ways.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know what I find interesting. What I find interesting. Not mean to cut you off, Teddy. What I find interesting is that when he mentions the Supreme Court and the gerrymandering, what does not allowing Democrats to gerrymander or whatever have to do with black people? He really believes that the Democratic Party represent the black people. I just don't understand why, and he called me that word, right? I don't understand why he sees how they treat the black people. It's like even him in his own little knowledge or whatever little world that he lives in of fictional truth, even he is actually going against his own black people. You know, people get offended when I mention black history and all this stuff that I talk about. These people think that because I'm a lighter shade of brown, that I don't know shit about black people. I got black kids, if you want to call them that. They're half black. That has nothing to do with color, but the history is, in order for me to be able to talk about it, I got to say black so you know who I'm talking about, what ethnicity. You know, it's not that, that I'm being racist. It's, I'm here for you. Why are you defending the party of the KKK? And then he comes in and say, well, here's the party that did that. Democrats are paying the KKK still. Communists are actually paying protesters to go out there. BLM, Black Lives Matter. Black lives don't matter. But the people that founded Black Lives Matter, their life matter. They took all the wealth. They did nothing for the black people. And that is my point. These are democratic policies, and this is what the party is. And it's just like, I want to see somebody fighting for all people, not just white or black. Every single racist black person and Hispanic that I know, every single racist person that I know, whenever I say the United States of America, they automatically go into whiteness. Why? What the fuck is wrong with these people, Teddy? I'm sorry, man. I know you don't like me cursing a lot, but welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show.
Well, you good. I ain't got the kids today. I mean, they're in the house during the thing, and I'm outside, and this Maryland's under a heat wave right now, and I'm trying to stay cool. But it's unfortunate these people are voting for the party that think that they're too stupid to obtain an ID. And they just defend them and defend them and defend them. And I'm baffled. Like, I can't comprehend it.
Yeah.
I can't. And if anybody should be upset, they hate Clarence Thomas. And if anybody should be upset, it should be the black community, because an amendment made specifically to benefit you is now continued to be abused by Chinese and the Russians and all the countries that hate us for dual citizenship. You can't do that anywhere. My son was born in Germany. He's not a German citizen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nice.
Because I was military, so I'm like, can I apply for citizenship for my son? And they're like, oh no, it don't work like that. We're the only country that are letting people get away with this.
Yeah.
People that should be most upset are African Americans or black people.
Yeah.
I've never been to Africa. I don't have family in Africa, so I'm just American. But melanin, I would be considered black, right? But the people that should be the most upset are ecstatic about this. Like, oh yeah, the rights that we have, the people who wrote the Constitution, they were thinking about us and this right that we have.
Yeah.
They just want to allow people to continue to come into this country and abuse it.
Yeah.
And they're not caring about all these angel moms, How could you look at these people and say, we want more of this? It's crazy to me, Dennis.
Yeah. Well, you're the kind of black Americans that I love to have on my side. And I'm going to tell you something. A lot of these illegal immigrants or Chicanos or Hispanic descent or whatever, they think that I'm a traitor, I'm a coconut. They call me all these names. You've seen them, right? They type all these things.
Yeah,
but let me tell you something that I'm not. I'm not a racist person. I don't pick people by the color of their skin. A lot of black people that vote for black candidates is because they're black. It doesn't matter if they're criminals. They'll just vote for them because they're black going against white people. See, when I see Hispanic candidates, Latinos, right? When I see this, for example, these Chicanos, right? They say, oh, Dennis hates Chicanos. No, I don't. I just don't support criminals. Any Chicano that respects the law, that is here legally, that it believes that America first, well, that's the people that I am associated with. But if you're a criminal, I'm not on your side. And not once have I said anything to expel migrants. I've always said deport illegal migrants. And that's a big difference. There's nothing to do with betraying my ethnicity, my culture, my people, as they say. And I always say to people on my show, my people are those who respect the law, who respect American citizen rights, and who love this nation, who want to protect it, honor it, and respect it. That's my people. And that whether they're black, whether they're Hispanic, whether they're natives, they are my people if they respect those things. I just, those are the values that I feel that I carry, that I believe in, and I will always stand up for it. And anybody else that does the same, then, well, that's my family. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta push back.
Give me something. Go ahead. It's okay. You don't have to agree with me 100%. You don't.
Black people are not going to vote for the black candidate because.
Oh no! Well, I was mostly talking about California.
The brain surgeon. Who was his name? Who ran against Trump?
Carson. Ben Carson.
It's right there. Yeah, Ben Carson.
Yeah.
They didn't vote for him. He was black. And they didn't vote for, matter of fact.
Well, some black did. Some black did vote for him. Yeah, some black did vote because he was black. That's what I'm saying. Some people, not all blacks. Did I say all blacks?
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people like him because of his religious views. He's Christian.
Yeah.
But those are the people that don't vote for color. Those are the people who are actually voting for character and like in policy.
Yeah.
But if you remember this most recent election, the NAACP supported Spanberger against the black candidate in the Virginia election.
Yeah.
Boy. The NAACP came out and supported the white candidate.
Yeah, that's
this
true.
vote blew no matter who.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, it's like what came to my mind when I said that I hope I said some black people. If I said all black people, my bad. But some black people only vote for blacks because they're black. That's it. And the reason why I said that is because I shared a video on here about this YouTuber going out there and asking, who they're voting for. And they're like, oh, I vote for Karen Bass. And the guy goes, why? Because she's black. What the fuck? That's what I mean. Those kind of people.
I voted for Obama twice because he was black.
I would have voted for Obama, but not because he was black.
I was a liberal back then. Since then, I've grown up and matured. So.
Yeah. No, I can tell, Teddy. I'm glad you're here on my show, brother. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, thanks for your input, man. Again, these people think that you have to agree with me 100%. No, you can push back, and then maybe I can understand why you're pushing back. And then maybe I can explain my point even better.
I got what you were saying.
Yeah.
I understood what you were saying, but yeah, and anytime you call back in, I'm listening, so you need to call back in, give me a shot, but you can handle your own. But you're going to be too scared to call in anyway. So.
Yeah. You're breaking up, but I understood what you said, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, bro.
All right.
Hey, happy 4th if I don't see you tomorrow.
It smells like freedom.
Oh, let's go. All right, bro. I'll talk to you in the next one.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Oh, man, that is funny. Teddy, thank you so much for calling. Let me see who's calling from. Bruh, you better not be the same guy. Please, somebody call in with sense. Hey, how you doing? Who's calling?
Hey, this is Roger.
Roger?
Yes, sir.
Roger or Rajit?
Roger.
Roderick.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, brother? Thanks for calling, man. What's going on? What you got for me?
No, I was listening. I know a low IQ black guy called a minute ago. I just kind of wanted to go
Don't get me in trouble, bro.
I mean, I was listening, and the Confederacy fought to preserve slavery.
Yeah.
And then, the flag of the Confederacy became a symbol of the KKK, you stupid fuck. That's what you saying to me.
I got you, man. I got that, too. I understand that.
You dumb, man. Come on, now. And then the person becomes high IQ or low IQ, depending on if they agree with you. That's the most low IQ statement I've ever heard in my life. Then I wish I could call ICE on you. I swear to goodness.
Well, I wish you would, so I can show him this beautiful passport right here. So what I want you to understand is this, right? So we have a lot of oh. you guys heard it. The guy left. The low IQ guy came in to insult himself. I don't know what that was. So again, I'm gonna try to explain it. He said, "I wish I can call eyes on you. You're a racist son bitch, aren't you?" Racist motherfucker calling in here. Anyway, so listen. You see how he just contradicted himself? You hear that, Teddy? He said you're low IQ, and then he said this. You guys caught that, right? He said this. He wants to call eyes on me, right? But he said the Confederate flag, the racist flag, was the Democratic flag, he says. And then he goes and says, you dumb motherfucker. And I'm just thinking the whole time, I was like, I'm going to try to explain to him why that American flag is not the racist part of it. But then he says that I'm a very low IQ, and the last caller is actually low IQ. Because listen, he votes for the Democratic Party. He just gave me his argument is that the Confederate flag is a racist flag because that's the Democratic flag, you dumbass. Who is the dumbass? Who is the dumbass? Low IQ. Think about that. You just told me. I said the Confederate flag is not racist, that you're racist. You just called me a dumbass because the Confederate flag is racist, and that's the Democratic Party flag. Folks, now that's entertainment to me. You can't make this up. These are the geniuses that actually call me. That guy was genius, bro. That guy was genius. He insults Teddy, calls him low IQ black man, says the Confederate flag is racist, and that belongs to the Democratic Party. He votes for the Democratic Party. He black. And he votes for the racist party against black people. Tell me who is the dumbass. Don't answer that. It's a rhetorical question. Anyways, the phone line is still available. You can always call in. I'm going to tell you something. I am the king of insulting and belittling people. Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up, bro. I can be the biggest asshole that you will ever meet, or I can be your best friend. Ignorance is bliss, Steve. Thank you, Teddy. You low IQ American. Oh boy. You know what's crazy is when I listen to people that have common sense, you know, I actually listen. I like people to educate me. And when they bring in arguments of what they have heard, they have no substance. Talk to me with what you really believe. You know when he lost me. You guys want to know, Jose Duarte? Thank you, brother. You know when he lost me? When he said the key word. You ready? Have you not watched the news? My question is just, have you not learned history? Oh, here we go. Washington State. Oh, please let him be a nice guy. Hey, thanks for calling.
Hey, Dennis, it's James Patterson.
James, what's going on, brother, man? Happy almost. Happy birthday. 250th, baby.
It's all good.
What you got, brother?
Hey, I was just going to throw out there, man. You'd have to be an asshole to be one of my friends.
Come on. You know what I'm saying, bro? You listen, I tell people this, James. I said, listen, if you are a Christian, I am not your kind of Christian. I'll be the bad boy Christian. If you are nice, soft-spoken, very nice, and you are very, very, very patient with people, go reach those people. But I'm going to reach the people that I can reach, and I'm going to talk the way that I talk, because those people that actually reach out to me and I reach out to them, they speak the language that I speak. And so I know it sounds bad for some people. They will never understand it. But as the Apostle Paul said, I will be all to all so that I can win all. You know what I'm saying? If I go into your house and you guys don't talk this way, I will make sure that I talk the way you talk. You know? And if you don't care, this is the way you talk, well, I'm going to talk like that as well. And sometimes I won't even curse. Even though people think that I'm always cursing. Most of the time I am, but I can watch my tongue when I really feel like I need to. But you got 5 minutes, brother. Give me something. What do you think about what's going on, man? What are you thinking about this politics that's going on? Because a lot of people, they really keep voting for these people in office, and I for the life of me, I can't make sense of why. I mean, I can say, you know, we had a massive invasion of illegal immigrants, right? Okay, let's pass the Save America Act, make sure that everybody has proof of citizenship. Why? Because we had just been invaded by millions of illegal immigrants. So we want to make sure that our elections are safe. Now, with that being said, what I was saying earlier is, if this country has that, and we vote these incompetent morons into office, then fuck it, we deserve it. We are the morons because we keep putting them in office. What do you see? I want to hear from you. What do you see about what's going on here in Washington State specifically? And what do you want to say to the people? James? James!
So the reason for the call, Dennis, and it's right along the lines of what you were saying. The reason a lot of the political direction goes is a lot of people in this country aren't doing their homework. They're not doing the reading, but they'll take the buzzwords and the short news clip that's 10 seconds out of a 15-minute interview and believe that is gospel. And when you do that, okay, hey, they're going to do this. They're going to pass that. This is going to do this for the people. But then you don't see what's in the bills. You don't see what your politicians that you elected are voting for. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you wonder what's going on. And each one of those politicians has their own political spin doctor that will tell them exactly what to say, so you can blame it on the other party. So everybody's pointing their fingers except for the people that should be pointing them at themselves for putting those people in office.
Yeah. Well said.
So, you know, you've gotten to know me a little bit over the last few months, and I pay attention behind the scenes. I watch what's going on. I go to town hall meetings. I actually meet with politicians one-on-one. Yeah. And I will tell you right now, what they're willing to say to you in private and what they say on the public forum, because that's on record, sometimes are two separate things. And I encourage every American citizen, regardless of city, county, state, or national, don't just write your politician because it's a form email they respond to you with. There's nothing sincere about an email or letter response. Go meet them. Go to their office. Go call them. And you want to see change, you have to be involved. You can't just say, oh, the political party XYZ, Democrat, Republican, did this. No, the party didn't. The individuals who put them into power did. And I don't mean like some conspiracy theory. I don't mean some cabal that's out there. I mean quite literally the voters. Now, we don't control what they do once they're in office, but we control putting them in office.
Who would put them in office? Yeah. You know, people laugh on especially the ones on the left. Most of you guys actually support me, but when I mentioned that I will run for governor, right, for our next election, these people just laugh. And they were like, oh, yeah, with a mouth like that, who's going to listen? I never like pretending to be something that I'm not. It doesn't matter how I look. You're either going to like me or not, period. But I can tell you this, man. In my heart, it's always been for fairness and justice. These people that are created so racist in this country, bro, I grew up just like, probably like you guys over here, you grew up with all kinds of different ethnicities, different, shades of colors of skin and all that. I never, until I came to this country, heard about racism. In Honduras, we're black, Asian. Bro, we drink off the same Coke bottle. We sweat tears together. Blood. We sweat blood, together. We fellowship. We just, I don't know, man. I grew up in a different way that some Americans have. And I just don't see that difference between us besides, I'm a lighter shade of brown. You're a white man or you're a black man. I mean, I can tell that we have some different skin tones, but I just don't believe on this supremacy bullshit that they're trying to sell us, man. And, neither white or brown or black, there is not such thing as supremacy, man. There's always, some competition I think is good. But this country, man, when I say American, I don't see white people. I see all people. And that's what these people don't understand, James, I'm Hispanic. We got all kinds of ethnicities here. But I know that what you enjoy is your family. You enjoy your friends. You enjoy your freedom. Your prosperity, your freedom to pursuit of happiness. And, this is what you enjoy. You don't have to fellowship with me. You don't have to hang out with me. But at the end of the day, we're all fighting for ourselves, for our families. And if we can have a diverse friendship, fantastic. But we don't have to be friends. At the end of the day, you're going to spend your time with whoever you want to spend your time with. But the laws that are passed in this country, the rights of the American citizen, constitutional rights, you could be, against me on the Constitution, but the Constitution of the United States of America, to me, was written for American citizens, and it has been amended accordingly. I think it's time to amend the Constitution again. And they really need to make sure that these foreigners who don't like us and are trying to control us, that they don't get that chance, and I want civics, I want patriotism to be taught in this country. I want children to grow up loving the American flag, any American flag, past or present. I think that that's what shows unity, but that's just me, that's just what I believe. All right.
It's pretty much spot on. You have agreed on more than we haven't, and one of these days we'll have to wrap up with that beer or coffee and
yes, sir.
Express some of the views that we can't share on the show.
We will. We'll make time, brother. Don't worry about that. We'll make time.
Well, brother, you be blessed and enjoy celebrating America's 250th tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait. Thank you, man. Be blessed.
All right.
Bye.
You too.
Yeah. I don't pretend to to be all high, right, and righteous and mighty. I don't. Hey, Don, how are you? How's the family? How is your vacation going? I hope you're having a good time. I hope that you're enjoying time with your family. I know you're not here with me, but it's all good. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, hopefully, when you get back. Zoo Boy, please, you better behave before I kick you out again. You don't come in here. I don't know if you're retarded or what, but you gotta be able to earn your place on this chat. J-Bat is very close from getting kicked. So with that being said, you guys remember the guy? Remember Pizza Guy? Remember Pizza Guy? I went and met him down in Kent, here in Washington. He's a truck driver. I really like the guy, and one of the reasons why I like the guy is because I went to his channel, which he's not a content creator, but he made a video, and the way that he talked on that video is he has the wrong information. He has been lied to believe. He's been forced to believe a lie, and he really speaks from the heart that he doesn't want this and that, right? And so I like the guy. Now, he will come in my channel, he put a super chat in there, and, we will disagree. But the reason why I liked him is not because he disagreed with me 100%. He's on the Democratic side. But he lost me. He lost me when he said that he supported Muslims getting rid of Western civilization. What? It threw me off. I said, I think you mistyped that. We're texting on my phone. I said, I think you mistyped that. He said, no, I mean it. I want the Muslims to get rid of Western civilization. I said, but you said you were born in America. He supports Democrats. Even though Democrats support criminals, even though Democrats support illegal aliens, even though Democrats will never stand for American citizens, it doesn't matter what bad things Democrats do. This guy, he's gone. It threw me off. Like, bro, whoa, seriously? That's crazy, man. That is crazy. For those of you who, listen, if you have a democratic view, if you have your own belief, your own narrative, your own agenda, okay, have that. But don't play stupid with me. Don't play stupid with me. Don't come over here and tell me that I'm lying when you know I always tell the truth. What I want to hear from you is not just to tell me that I'm lying. Show me. Show me. Working hard for the money. So hard for the money. You know what I find interesting? Is that all you trolls spend so much time trolling. Do you got a job? My job is to entertain. My job is to have these conversations. This is my job. You don't like it? Well, pay me to quit. And if somebody says that AIPAC is paying me, I support AIPAC. Tell them I am waiting for my check. I want my check. Listen, to all you American people, even the ones that don't like Israel, I just want you to understand, and I will probably say this every single day that I have to. I want you to understand something. Nobody over there on that side of the world, on the other side of the hemisphere, not nobody on that side of the hemisphere fights terrorists like Israel does. The same terrorists who caused 9/11. Only Israel stands in the way. It's a fact. Only Israel stands in the way. Now, you can go and grab all the bad things from Israel. Go ahead. Tell me, do we have bad things here in the United States of America? Does Europe have bad things? Does Africa have bad things? Does Asia have bad things? Grab all the bad if you want. I grab all the good. You can argue with me and hate me and do whatever you want, but the facts are the facts. So there's the phone line, still open. Come on. Give me a call. I give you 5 minutes to tell me your story. Tell me why. First of all, where are you from? And why do you support the Democratic Party? Now, I'm not asking you to come in here and insult Republicans or the president. I want you to have 5 minutes to tell me why you love the Democratic Party. Go on. You know the phone works, right? Come on. This is your moment. It is entertaining, but there is a difference in voters. Not all of us are online to post everything, says Dennis Simpson. What a great name, by the way. Thank you, Marvin Bernal. Even though Marvin Bernal comes over here and gives me shit. Give me a call. I'll give you 5 minutes. Should I say 3 minutes? I love that. You guys remember Spider-Man? The first Spider-Man that came out with, what's his name? That short guy. Man, I forgot his name. But he goes and he fights the wrestler. Remember the wrestler? Macho Man? I got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. To tear Spider-Man apart. So I'll give you 3 to 5 minutes. However, up to 5 minutes. Tell me where you're from. How do you feel about this country? And what do you love? Or why do you support the Democratic Party? Toby Maguire, that's right, baby. Scott Burren, one of my favorite Canadians. I want to say one because I think I got a couple of Canadians that support my channel. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Come on, guys. Give me a call. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Where are you from? Why do you support the Democratic Party? And do you love America? Come on. You can do it. Love you too, Scott. Appreciate you. Man, when are we going to have Alberta become the 51st state? Let's go. Alberta. All my Canadians. I want all my Canadians from Alberta. I want all my, I would say, Canadian, American natives in Canada. I want you to know the United States of America will honor your sovereignty as we do with the rest of our Native Americans here in this country. You know what? I think this is the perfect time. I think this is the perfect time. I got a couple of clips to play for you here, but yeah. This is, I can't wait. I can't wait to go to Arizona and visit the Navajo Nation. I want to go spend some time with my Navajo family. This is called Half-Breeds and the Debate. It's about a 10-minute clip. Let's take a listen, and we'll see what our brother, Mr. Brown, says about this. Okay, let's see what they have to say. I will warn you, there is a little bit of Bugs Bunny action going on in here, but let's take a listen.
Uh-oh, sorry, that one was a half-breed. 7 little, 8 little, 9 little.
I don't like to hear the derogatory terms applied to them as half-breeds, maybe hash brown or apple Indian, and there are so many other derogatory terms in it that are applied to these our children, and that is not good. Teneni plenigi tlagovindan hisnes ha edikat nakatsin lini tislato taisetenne dapischita.
Just so you know, this is his native Navajo language. I will fast forward it to English, but he always mentions ethne. Ethne means our choice, that we get to decide. So if you ever want to say hello or good morning to a Navajo, you always say "ayate," and that means hello. So if you bring it from here, it's a more of a courteous, expressive, welcoming hello. So ayate, it's always going to be your choice. How you deal with people. But let me fast forward to English so that you can understand. We can understand. Here we go. Let's see. 1 minute. Here we go.
In the traditional teachings of our Diné, there is no such thing as a person that is not recognized as Diné, because they are the offspring of a Diné and a non-Diné. And it is taught in the old traditional way that any five-fingered being can be a Diné. And it is that if any child is born by a mother or a father that is Diné, they are Diné. And then it goes back even further than that. It goes back to the idea that even grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and so on, all down to the generations following the posterity. And also we look the other direction as well as what we are descendant of. Not all of us are descendant of the net only. Some of our people married other people from other parts of the world. And it is evident during the time when the Spaniards first arrived on this continent after 1492 that some of our people were taken captive and put into the slave trade, and they were made slaves as they were captured by the Spaniards. But also the other way around, our people retaliated by taking women and children from some of these Spanish settlements and adopted them. And after those people had been among our Diné for a period of time, they didn't want to go back to be Spaniards. So they created, of course, what is now today known as Nakai Diné, which is the Spaniards clan. And a lot of times people confuse, there's two clans. There's the Spaniard clan and there's the Mexican clan. And those are two clan families entirely. And so most of the early Spaniards, of course, they're the ones that are named Nakai Diné. And it is that it took place that some of them intermarried and raised families and became a part of a clan. And the other thing is that some of these people were actually adopted. Whenever any of our people found people that needed families and that were from other places or even other tribes, they adopted them into the clan family, and they became a member of the family. And so they were recognized as Diné, even though that they may not have been born by a Diné mother or a Diné father. Now when I say Diné, I'm referring to people that are probably known more as Navajo. So I'll use the word Navajo, but it is that there are a lot of Navajo people in the world today that are descendant from people from all over the world. And I've got relatives that are related to the Germans, the Irish, the French, the Dutch, and all these different people from different parts of the world. As a matter of fact, we have a tribal president now that is descendant of people from the Eastern cultures and so on. And so we accept them as our people, our Diné. They don't have to speak Navajo, they don't have to carry on with the traditional ways. It is that we recognize them as Diné, as long as they are descendant from some Diné or some Navajo person that is a man or a woman in their whoever they are descendant of. So the teachings of our people is that we love these people. We don't ever have anybody that we don't recognize as Diné, and it could be way back in generations past. But the other thing that a lot of people ignore is that in a way we are all related, but by some means. In the traditional way of our people, everything is based on a sacred number 4. So we have 4 basic elements actually that make life possible. We have, of course, then 4 different races of people. And then in the blood also we have 4 different blood types. And basically we have 4 strands of DNA. And so we are in many ways genetically connected in so many ways, and we are just one family, one great big family in the world. And yet there are so many differences in various ways that we respond, and and do with our life as we do. And we have different cultures from these different groups of people. But yet in the Navajo culture, it is that is the most important thing. As everything is based on family. Is family. Not only in the immediate family as the mother, father, and siblings, but also extended family, and clan kinship, clan relationships. Those are all important. That's what makes us very much different in a lot of ways. For example, when you introduce yourself, you give your mother's clan, and then your father's clan, and then your mother's father's clan, and then your father's father's clan. For myself, I'm Torich. My dad is Tanachini. My grandfather on my mom's side are Topahe, and then to my father's side, they're Kia'ani, the Towering House people. So that's what makes me Dene. And every Dene, they have that same way of identifying themselves as being Dene. And it is that myself personally, I'm very grateful for these children of ours. And I don't like to hear the derogatory terms applied to them as half-breeds, or the idea that they are maybe hash brown or apple Indian. And there are so many other derogatory terms that are applied to these our children. And that is not good, because when you look at it, everyone is related to us by the Native American people that they are descended of. Sir Winston Churchill is that he's a quarter Native American. Elvis Presley is the same way, and there are so many others. Wayne Newton, and I could go on and list a whole bunch of other people in the field of athletics, and some of the people that have made history that are of other races that are related to Native American people directly. Maybe just they might be a quarter or a 1/8 or even 1/16, and so on. But they are still descendant of Native American people. And among our Dene, we are supposed to accept these people. It's the traditional way that we accept them as our children, no matter how far back it goes as far as who they are descendant of. And I admire that in the traditional teachings of our people, but it's being forgotten. We should cherish these people. We should care about them. They're wonderful people. And I know that all of these thoughts about the way that we think about these people that are born into our tribe of the Dene or Navajo people, they are very intelligent people, and we're grateful for that they contribute in their lives today. And those are the things that we are told.
Man, I don't know about you guys, man, but I get lost. Not in a bad way. I get lost in this connection, man. When you listen to the elder natives, there's something about them. It just brings that, I don't know. One of the things that I have always loved. I'm not saying the Navajos are perfect. No, I always say that. Nobody's perfect. But I always felt connected with the Navajo people. I know that there's a lot of other Native Americans. I got you. But I've only been sponsored by Navajo people. Okay, so I know about Navajo family. And the Navajo family that I know, they're from the mountains, and also people by the sea. And when I first came to this country, you have to understand, in my childhood, most of you guys already know about my childhood, but in my childhood, I was a monkey. I climbed trees all the time. I love going up the mountains and, just seeing all this jungle. I don't know. It always turned me on to be, in the jungle. I don't know. I love it. And it's not just the jungle, but just kind of connected, to nature. And, when I hear Elder Wally Brown, right, speaking and giving these stories, I get so lost in this beautiful, I can say maybe connection to the land and the people, that And I just appreciate a good story. I appreciate historical stories. When you have superstitious fiction stories or legendary stories that are, they're fictional. I love those too, and I respect those as well. But, I don't know. There's something about it that really brings me back. All right, I wanted to share that with you. Let me go ahead and get to our next clip. I want you to know this. I know you and we support President Trump. I got you. But we're also very aware that we only acquire peace through strength. You heard Secretary Hegseth said this, President Trump, etc. And whether people, want to see it or not, there is this thing that our enemies are using against us. It's called the Democratic Party. You see, what's really very ironic is this. Democrats, they want illegal immigrants to stay in power and to get the illegal votes. They say nobody is voting illegally, but daily, more and more, we're starting to see that there is actually illegal immigrants voting more and more. They only say, only 40 people that we know of. They're like roaches. Once you see one, you better start looking for the rest of them. So what's really crazy, ironic is that the Democrats vote for illegal immigrants because they think they're low IQ, they are needy, they're third world country dwellers who are easy to manipulate. Because of the voting that we see happening today, well, they've proven to be right. But here's what the ironic part is. You ready? Communists, our enemies, they know how retarded Democrats are and the following that they have. It's not the majority, but they still have a big following. So the Communist Party, the Muslim terrorists, all of our enemies have learned that the weakness, the biggest weakness that we have in our country, besides, we're humanitarian, the biggest weakness that we have in this country, the weakest link in the United States of America, is the Democratic Party. And that's why they're being destroyed by their own ideologies. Daily, they are being destroyed by their own ideologies. If you don't see that, you're not paying attention. You are not paying attention. We have a person that calls in and believes that the Democratic Party stands for black people. Farther from the truth. Congress and every single Democrat that has been standing against President Trump and this negotiating and the deals that Trump is doing, especially right now with Iran. Democrats are pushing so hard against President Trump, our own president that we elected, are against us practically because we elected him, that Iran is getting ballsy enough to retaliate against something that they know that they can be squashed. But I'm going to tell you something. Just because Trump only has 2.5 years left, that doesn't mean that we're done fighting. JD will follow, Marco Rubio will follow, and I am sure that other Americans will stand up. So President Trump is trying to be diplomatic. Well, here's what happens when you try to be diplomatic with a group of people that only know how to terrorize. Let me see what let me see what Fox and Friends has to say about this.
President Trump says Iran has agreed to most of the United States' demands.
I've defeated them militarily. They're totally defeated militarily. They have some missiles left. We could wipe them out too. And I hit them 3 times last week very hard because they sent a drone into a ship. I hit them. And we're negotiating, and we'll see whether or not. I think they've agreed to just about everything we need.
However, the Islamic Republic issuing a warning to oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz that they must use approved routes or face a, quote, forceful response. Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now. Dan, good morning to you. So these negotiations right now, of course, aren't just about Iran's nuclear program. They're also over the Strait of Hormuz. And yesterday, Iran doubled down on their demand to control the routes that ships take through the strait. Here's the quote from Iran's military command. They say any failure to comply, deviation from the designated routes, or disregard for the navigation protocols of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Strait of Hormuz will be met with an immediate and forceful response from the armed forces, endangering the security of the violating vessels. So is the situation now that ships are forced to either choose between Iranian demands or brave waters that are overseen by the United States? Because that does not feel like the free flow of commerce here.
Yeah, it's not quite the free flow of commerce. Iran doesn't want to close the strait entirely because they need it open to export their oil. We've lifted the blockade, and so they are selling their oil at market prices, and that revenue is important to their regime, especially, obviously, the IRGC, which I believe will try to use that money to rearm and reconstitute their ballistic missiles and their drones. But at the same time, Iran wants to project power, and they want to enforce some control over their own self-designated sphere of influence. They want to make it clear to the Gulf states and the United States that they can control the Strait of Hormuz going forward, that they will have a role to play in how it's managed.
Yeah, that's right. And President Trump said that he wants to give diplomacy a try, but there is, of course, a limit to everything. And these statements that Iran are making about the strait are obviously pushing it. So what would a military operation actually look like for the United States to regain control or gain control of the Strait of Hormuz if it comes to that?
So first, I think it's important to emphasize we're in kind of an inflection point right now. I don't expect anything to happen between now, July 4th and July 9th, during the funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei. After that, the question is whether we head to negotiations, in real good faith negotiations, which we have not begun yet. There were indirect discussions in Doha, but nothing substantive about Iran's nuclear program. And of course, we've got to be concerned about their ballistic missile program and their support to proxy terrorists. Everything that was wrong about the JCPOA, the sunset clauses on Iran's nuclear program. President Trump will be held accountable for delivering something better. And as far as a military strike is concerned, the president reportedly was briefed this week about military options, and he chose to let diplomacy run its course for a little longer. We've destroyed some large percentage of Iran's missiles and drones, but they still retain enough asymmetric capabilities, their Mosquito fleet, mines, some missiles and drones, to cause problems for us in the Strait of Hormuz. If we were to mount a military operation, it would be costly, economically costly, potentially. And so the president will have to weigh doing that versus the approaching midterms and the potential impact on the global economy and ours as well.
Dan, given your line of work, I'm sure that you've spent many 4th of July holidays overseas in various war zones, and we thank you so much for that. But also with that in mind, what would you like to say about America in honor of the 4th of July, Independence Day, and America 250?
Well, I will, just drawing on my own experience, I can tell you from having served in war zones overseas, my colleagues and I in the intelligence community and U.S. military and State Department, if we couldn't be with our families at home, there was no place we'd rather be than out there on the front lines doing what we could to keep our country safe. And on July 4th, my sons and I will gather with our friends and family and shoot off some fireworks in the neighborhood. But we think about our brave, patriotic American servicemen and women overseas, many of them in harm's way, keeping us safe so that we can enjoy this holiday, which is extraordinarily special to us all. And it's a time to reflect on our extraordinary nation.
A great message, a great reminder. Former CIA Station Chief Dan Hoffman, we thank you so much for joining us. Happy 4th of July.
So the bottom line on that is that that President Trump is still trying to be diplomatic about it, but these guys, these morons in Iran don't understand it that we can destroy these fools at any given moment. There is no doubt. And that, my friends, it's something that the enemy underestimates. 250 years is what we're celebrating. These people are thousands of years old as nations. 250 years old this nation is. How do you think we got here? How do you think we became the strongest nation, strongest, biggest, richest nation in the world? You think that we became the greatest country in the world by being bullied? By Americans giving up their freedoms? No. Something about this land, about this part of the world, that somehow, whether you are European or anywhere else in the world, but for some reason, you have common sense and you came to this country, somehow you flourish. Irish, Scottish, Finn, Swede, Spaniards, Italians, French, Portuguese, Africans. Any ethnicity, any person that comes with common sense, they flourish in the United States of America. And the retards are the minority, though they are the loudest. I will say that. They are still the minority. Yes, Iran is included. All those Iranian people who stand with America, they have common sense. A lot of Latino countries. We have over 18 nation union now in the Latin American countries. People don't talk about that on the left because it makes President Trump look good. Did you know that? Have you seen that on CNN? Do they even talk about Latin countries? Latino countries united with the United States of America? They never mention that, do they? Never. Well, Fox does sometimes. But the fact remains. Now, I want to show you the mentality that the leftist people have. They claim to be Christians. They claim to be Christians. I'm going to play a couple of videos for you. You can be a fake Christian. You can be a hypocrite. Your prerogative. But if you claim to be a Christian, God's going to judge you. Because the truth has been shown to you, has been given to you. You have a Bible that you can read. Hopefully you have a brain so that you can understand. Robert, you finally woke up from your elderly nap. I know, it's getting harder and harder to wake up. I got you. Welcome, Robert. How are you, big bro? Much love. Check this out. This clip, unbelievable. This is from Newsmax. I know some of you libtards don't like Newsmax, but here's a clip. This is illegal activity. Link Lawrence slams naked pride parade attendees. If you are a Christian and you support the Democratic Party, I want you to explain this to me.
I'll tell you what, my team all day trying to blur this stuff. Not huge blurs, but a lot of blurs. It's like rollerblading Barbie on steroids right here. Disturbing, just kind of weird to watch, right?
Go ahead. Explain to me why you're a Christian. You say Trump's not a Christian. I don't give a shit if he's a Christian. I'm talking about us, the voters, the people who stand for righteousness. I am not biting that old ass. Maybe if you were a girl. Just kidding. Just kidding, babe. Just kidding. Hey, we don't care what you do when you're home. But we don't go out in public where there's minors and children, innocent people, even those who love the gays. They're not there to see pornography. They're not there to see your nakedness and your ugly ass side. Keep the shit in private. How can you say that you are a Christian and be a Democrat? How can you tell me? How can you be a Christian if you support Trump? He's not walking around naked on the street. Republicans are not walking on the street naked. We don't support pedophiles. We don't support rapists. We don't support any of the things that the Democrats support. Why are you calling yourself a Christian? It's beyond me. Disgusting.
It should be illegal. Exposing yourself in front of minors
that is illegal.
Is not only a felony, but you have to register as a sex offender in all 50 states.
And you should be arrested, obviously. That is the main thing. You should be arrested. Bro, if you gotta go pee and you pull on the side of the freeway and take a piss and the police sees you, you are getting a ticket or go to jail. These sons of bitches are out there naked, walking freely on the streets, and no police officer arrests anybody.
And we show you that because that's what's happening in blue cities, and Jake Tapper's not going to show you that or criticize that.
Yeah,
as this
CNN,
sexual perversion on the left gets darker and more sadistic.
We're all gay. Happy? Now shut the hell up.
Every year, all under the banner of Pride Month. That was Seattle, Washington, but it was not all sunshine and rainbows. Take a look here. There was also violence because we are dealing with people who are mentally disturbed.
Yep.
That video coming to us from our next guest, independent journalist Jonathan Cho.
You see what
We're
I'm saying?
also joined by the host of Spot On with Link Lauren, and the founder of Gays Against Groomers, Jamie Michelle. It's great to have you here tonight, Jonathan. I thought this was interesting. So there was something like 300,000 people at this parade, but there are also like homeless encampments all along the route. Take a look.
Right in front of the Space Needle. There's an encampment here. Just wanted to check to see what you guys are up to. I thought you would at least maybe consider moving for the Pride Parade.
I don't live here. I'm just visiting.
You're just visiting. Okay. Those Pokemon cards! Hey, man, what's up, man?
So that guy was just visiting a homeless encampment. Take us through what that scene was like.
Well, Rob, Seattle is an all-inclusive city, so Mayor Katie Wilson clearly is allowing the homeless drug addicts to hang out there as well. But all joking aside, I mean, what an embarrassment. This is the Seattle Pride Parade, right? And you also have World Cup fans here in the city, and they can't remove a homeless encampment right in front of the Space Needle. So, of course, I went up to some of the fellas, just asked them what was going on, and they felt absolutely entitled to be there. And I think that's the most problematic situation right now in Seattle. There's this expectation now that the city won't remove anybody. So that's that.
Where'd the guy get all the Pokemon cards? It's like more than my son has right there. Link, can you explain this? This is a brand new invention that we just saw debuted this weekend in Seattle. It's the Palestinian trans pride flag. It made its first appearance over the weekend. I don't think they support trans people in the Gaza Strip. Just my thought.
Well, it's great to be back with you, Rob. It's great to be with you tonight. You know, there's a reason support for LGBT issues has gone down. And when you look at all of these pride parades, it's not a surprise. We can go back to the last few videos. You see people running around naked in the streets in front of children. That's not what pride was supposed to be about. I thought for years and years, gays were fighting for equal treatment. We want gay marriage. Well, you got that 11 years ago, and you have to find new ways to play the victim. They oscillate between playing the total victim card and then extreme narcissism and wanting special treatment. This is illegal activity, point blank, period. Doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever the hell you are, you can't run around in the street naked in front of children.
Yeah, Link, so what is pride, in your opinion? Like, what's pride supposed to be? I always thought it was like having pride in having the courage to come out of the closet, like more like 2011 when gay marriage became legal. How did it shape shift into what it is right now?
Well, it's interesting. Pride was a fight for equal treatment and gay marriage. And then the Supreme Court gave you gay marriage in 2015 with the Obergefell decision. So now so many LGBTQIA R2D2 people have to invent new ways to play the victim card. They like to cosplay like they're oppressed, even though you guys have equal rights across the board. Nobody is coming to attack you. You can go out and do whatever you want, but they have to come up with new ways to play the victim card and to raise money.
Scratch that. Gay marriage became legal in 2015. Jamie, good to see you again. I'm wondering what you make of this, like the sexual perversion of the left, and it gets like more absurd every year. And if we look at that video at that fountain again, it's like a dude who's totally naked. There's little kids all over the place. You can see them in.
Go ahead, Democrats. Defend yourselves. Go ahead. Tell me to pull up the Epstein files. Go ahead. Tell me how Trump is a child rapist. Go ahead. Tell me how Trump is a pedophile. Go ahead. Tell me. What say you? You sexual perverts. You're disgusting. You pretend to care about innocence? Tell me. Millions of children get murdered in the womb. You support that. That's very Christian of you. You allow innocent children to lose their innocence. You support that. Democrats have doubled down, tripled down. Go ahead and tell me how we are the problem. Yeah, we want everybody to be free, not just Palestine. Free Israel. Free Palestine, free Israel. Go ahead, defend that. Defend the perversion that the Democratic Party supports. Go on, you low IQ pieces of shit. You fucking perverts. See, that's the difference between us and you mentally retarded, mentally sick people. You're demonic. May God have mercy on all of us, for we don't know sometimes what we should do. But we do know that we shouldn't be this. So I don't think there's going to be any mercy for you. No mercy will be shown unless you repent from your sins and turn away from your evil, wicked ways. You can judge my foul language. Go for it. Foul language doesn't take away my salvation, does it? You snakes, you vipers, you hypocrites, you demonic pedophiles, you perverted demons. Go ahead. This is the Democratic Party that you support. This is who you're voting for. This is who you put in office. Where the fuck is your argument now? Truth, facts. You want to come in here and act like you're some fucking righteous angel. Well, you ain't shit, and we're not buying your bullshit. Bullshit, Juan. Why don't you get your illegal immigrant ass back to Mexico, where you belong? You piece of shit. If you don't like this country, then get the fuck out of here. That simple. We're not going to allow you perverts to destroy the country. Fuck you very much. We're like our rights, and whether you are a Christian or not, I don't give a shit. You don't walk around naked out in public when there's innocent children out there. Young teenagers. Fuck you guys.
In the video, if we play this out, there are multiple children, and this is okay. This is okay? How is that possible?
Yeah, well, it's great to be
Look at
back.
the
Thanks
children.
for having me. And it's not okay. And what blows my mind is that there are parents that still continue to bring their children to these events. I don't know, like, what their motive is. If they're trying, I think some of them are just willfully ignorant. I think some are just blissfully ignorant. They are not understanding that, like, this isn't the pride of even 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Never in my life did I think that I'd have to be here starting an organization to fight back against my own community. I say that very loosely and in quotation marks because I don't associate with these people. I have nothing to do with them. I have more in common with straight people than I do with these freaks.
And I agree with that. Again, I want you to understand when we are talking about a religious belief or saving our souls, we love you. You're going to hell by choice. But when it comes to the innocence and our legal rights, the law that we support, they should be in jail. You can be as gay as you want. We still love you. But come on. You're an adult, right? You understand, right? Show me you understand. Show me you have common sense. Fuck Nick Fuentes. You're a retard mentioning his name. I'm sorry. You're a retard if you mention his name. The guy's retarded. The guy's retarded. He has no wisdom, no common sense. The guy has so much information, but he's a fucking idiot. I can't believe that. Unbelievable. But here she is. She supports the gay community. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody has their freedoms in this country. Again, when you are spiritually speaking, that's not sending you to jail. That's just talking about your salvation. That's just talking about salvation. That is irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. I don't want to see this fucking naked freaks on the street when I'm out there trying to have a picnic with my kids. Disgusting. Have some respect. Your freedom doesn't trump my freedom. Fuck you very much. You're a fascist, big kahuna. You're the fucking fascist. You are a Democrat. You support fascism. Fucking idiot. Whoa, what a fucking Friday we have today. Today is the F word Friday. Friday. Fuck you, Farkle. You are the fucking joke. You are the reason why this country is being perverted. Now get the fuck off my channel.
To be quite honest, but it's very sad and like where is law enforcement? Where is CPS? There are laws against this and they need to be enforced. But yeah, this has nothing to do with what we were fighting for back 11 years ago, just wanting the same rights as every other American. But as Link said, there's no profit in going home and just taking the W. Like, LGBTQ plus Inc. is a business. And there's no money in victory.
And I'll tell you what, they're making a lot of money on flags. My goodness, look at that. I never thought I'd see that. The trans-Palestinian pride flag right there. That woman has absolutely...
Love you, Robert. Love you, Rush. Love you, Sandra. Brian. Love you guys. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. We gotta stop. Listen, I use common sense. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But we gotta stop saying that the Muslims, the Palestinians, that they hate homosexuality, that they this repulsive to them, that they kill people for it. Guys, it's not true. It's not true. The Ayatollah is gay. Ayatollah is hella gay. And yet, they're still in power. Muslims are not punishing them. What happened, Muslims? I thought it was part of your Sharia law. I thought it was part of the Muslim Quran to punish the gays, and yet your leader is a fucking gay. The hypocrisy just never ends. Just like Mohammed was a fucking pervert, was a fucking pedophile, married a 7-year-old girl, slept with her, had intercourse with her at 9 years old. What a fucking perverted, disgusting old man. Fuck you all who support the Democrats and the Muslims today. Disgusting. I preach a sad and twisted religion that is based on hatred. Are you fucking retarded? You must be fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of my channel. Get the fuck out of here. Get your head out of your ass and go read the Bible again. What a fucking perverted, twisted fucking pedophile. I swear, these people are going to make me go all crazy up in this fucking Friday. All right, calm down, Dennis. I'm sorry. I apologize. I ran out of coffee. Let me go ahead and play another clip so that I can make me at least 2 more cups of coffee. 18 ounces of coffee, to be exact. Let me, this clip is almost finished. This is almost finished. Now, if you are sensitive to swear words, tough. Get some thick skin. Because your children hear worse in school. When you go out on the streets, they don't care about what offends you. So today, you got to get toughened up. You know how they used to get the soldiers tough? In boot camp, they called them sissies. Little girls. What else? Somebody that has been in the military, put down. What did they call you to encourage you to do better in boot camp, in the military? In the meantime, let me finish this clip, and I got one more to show you from California. Oh, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this one.
No idea what she's holding in her arms, in her hands. Jonathan, did you see anybody get arrested?
Well, I know you showed that clip earlier of the trans activist in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood swinging that baseball bat at a couple conservative streamers.
Right.
That fella, thankfully, did get arrested, chased down by Seattle police officers. There are a few skirmishes.
But Jonathan, none of the naked people, like Antifa, might have gotten arrested, a one-off, but none of the guys just hanging out, walking down the streets with you know, just the way the store dropped them off.
Absolutely. No. Nobody was arrested for exposing themselves. Unfortunately, this has sort of become normalized now, and that's what's been so problematic. Again, there are kids there. Parents, at least give them a warning. Celebrate Pride, but give a warning if you're going to walk around with your junk hanging out.
Seriously, in that video, I don't know if my team can re-rack it, the very first video that we played, not the bump-in soundbite, but the soundbite with Jonathan, with the homeless encampment, I thought this was really interesting. At the end, and I just noticed this, there's this cute little woman in black sitting on this bench during the parade. Her feet were tired, and there she is. See her right there? She's got a black jacket on. She just sat down. That's how normal this has become in Seattle. Yeah. Like, you've got a homeless encampment and guys just hanging out with their you-know-what out on the street in front of her. And she was like, I'll just take a rest by this, homeless encampment. And that's just become normal. 15 seconds, Jonathan. Final thought.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a free-for-all. And really, this is part of the culture now in this city. And there's no end in sight.
Yeah. Great to see you all again tonight. Hope you'll come back. Jonathan Cho, Link, Lauren, Jamie, Michelle. Thank you.
You can try to normalize perversion, sexual immorality. You can try to normalize all of those things. If there's one thing that I have learned about Democrats, is how hypocritical they really are. You know, they complain about affordability, and yet they support the Democrats that keep raising taxes and keep putting regulations, fees. They complain about not enough housing, yet they vote for Democrats who regulate housing. They complain how there is not enough housing, but have no problem with millions of illegal immigrants invading our country. They complain about tariffs, but they don't say anything about local taxes. I show you guys about taxes here all the time. I show you the new taxes coming up in California. They are now in effect. Gas is expensive, not only because of the war in Iran that we're trying to stop, but because of Democrats, that the leftists, low IQ people keep voting in power. Now, to be honest and to be fair, maybe it's not the American Democrats. Maybe it is fraudulent voting. I refuse to believe or accept that Americans, whether you're Democrat or Republican, that you're that stupid, that you will continue to do what we call insanity, voting for the same garbage, expecting a different government. Hilarious. Democrats are the biggest hypocrites. You know, when I curse, I dare say is a righteous cursing in my show. Because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of perversion getting away with shit. I'm sick of the wicked trying to tell us how to live. I'm sick of the people trying to destroy my rights as an American citizen while thinking that they're fighting for their fucking rights as if their rights are better than mine. Well, fuck you very much if you don't understand why I curse. With that being said, Newsom claims Scottish ruling does not affect California. We'll keep voting for dumbass Democrats. Let's take a listen.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is now weighing in after the Supreme Court's historic ruling to uphold state bans on transgender athletes in girls' sports. Since 2014, the Golden State has allowed students to compete based on gender identity and has no laws in place protecting girls from competing against biological boys. Now, Governor Newsom's office says that the ruling has no impact on his state, saying, quote, the Supreme Court's decision does not affect California's laws. The state remains committed to ensuring every Californian, including the LGBTQ community, is met with dignity and respect.
Wait a minute. So Democrats in California can no longer say shit about President Trump. Because apparently, SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, have no authority or power over California law. Wait a minute. So Democrats can say that and get away with it, but when Trump does something to protect our country, then they want the Supreme Court to act and correct that? I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. We have gotten rid of all the libtards by now.
California has been a hotbed for this issue. It
They don't
faced
want
a
the truth.
national media frenzy back in May when biological boy A.B. Hernandez competed in girls' track and field championships and won state titles in back-to-back years. Haley, we talked about this yesterday, and we predicted what the governor would say, how he would react. I was dead wrong. But what do you say about what he said?
It's funny because yesterday you talked about his interview with Charlie Kirk. And when he interviewed with Charlie Kirk at the beginning of last year, he said, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. It is an issue of fairness. It's deeply unfair. So he had a chance to be reasonable, but he chose that 2028 was more important because you have to cater to the radical left wing of this party if you want any chance at winning the presidential nomination. So that's what he chose. But this battle is not over. Also, as we discussed, while the Supreme Court ruling was about laws in Idaho saying, yes, a state can decide if they want to ban trans athletes from female sports, it did not answer the question of whether the Constitution or Title IX mandates that you keep trans individuals outside of sports. That's a ruling I think we'll see on the horizon. And I believe Linda McMahon is not done with this. Remember that settlement with UPenn that she got, which forced UPenn to apologize because of Leah Thomas allowing a trans individual to compete. I think you're going to see more of those, and the tide is turning. You have 27 states doing this. You have the NCAA, you have the Olympics, and you have the Supreme Court ruling. So these individuals, Newsom, you're going to be on the wrong side of history. Wait for that moment.
All right, let's get boots on ground perspective. Dakota, you're a girl dad.
Yeah.
Talk to us about what this feels and means for you to see what her future and opportunity might look like now.
I mean, this is a big deal. I think Kaylee just said it, though. The most important part is this is just a start. We shouldn't be high-fiving on this. I mean, there's still a lot of work to be done. And look, I think that we have got to, I don't think there's ever going to be a court decision. I don't think there's going to be a school decision, some athletic commission that is going to fix this problem. It's going to be fixed in our homes. This is something you've got over a decade of, children that have grew up where this has been a thing. This has been, of them like wanting their friend to play and not understanding that this is unfair. And at the point that they do realize that it is unfair, and then they're in this moral conflict of are they fair or are they not, right? And this is not fair. And so, when I look at this, it's very important. And I think we've got to get back to right. But I do believe that down the road, I believe history will decide this. And I think people are going to look back and they're going to think, how was this ever an issue? How did such a civilization that had the technology and the information that they do ask a question, what is a woman? Can a man have babies? I mean, this is absolutely absurd, and I can't believe that we are still talking about it.
And Harris, that's how I felt when I read the governor's response. When he talks about treating every human with dignity and respect, well, they've been obliterating dignity and respect for biological girls this entire time.
Well, and their futures. And so as you talk, I wonder, where are all the male voices? But you know what? We don't need men to save us on this issue. We need women to stand up and to band together and to know that our XX has meaning and that we are, and we're created this way. And it's great, girl power. Let's get together and talk about it. But I agree with you. There's a whole new wave now coming. Some of those women who missed out on their scholarships and missed out on all those opportunities because they were in a position to have to compete with men and boys unfairly. And so as that comes on board, maybe the feminists will find their voices, or maybe they'll be outnumbered and it won't matter.
For the states that have up until now, are in that 23 now minority, but in places like California, what do you think will happen socially? We've seen a lot of cancellations, a lot of families that say, I'm afraid to speak out, or my friends stopped speaking to me because they stood up for biblical values, or frankly, common sense. What do you think will happen in California and places like that moving forward?
Yeah, there is a lot of retaliation for female athletes who stand up and fight for their respective sports. And that's unfortunate. There is not freedom of speech on that side of the debate. And this is actually a big win for Gavin Newsom. And that as long as we're talking about this, he loves it. He loves sucking all the attention out of the room, talking about an issue that, he is straddling like a pit of snapping crocodiles, and he's not wearing pants.
All right, I want to put a stop to this clip here because I want to play something that is a little bit more direct to the issues that I address on here. Yes, California is doomed, just like New York is. But I want you to listen to why the argument that I have with birth citizenship and all these other stuff. I want you to watch this reaction. Now, this is still part of the same report on a different clip. But what I always tell you, Americans, now that for those Americans that don't give a shit about this country, I feel sorry for you. But for those of you who want to stand and fight for this country, now I don't want to keep you here too long. This is the 4th of July weekend. I want you to go to have fun. But I want you to watch what happens when you stop enforcing our American laws and start embracing third world countries' ideologies and mentality. People have a problem with the Confederate flag. But, well, they have no problem with this.
We are live from Liberty State Park in Jersey City, New Jersey, and you see me looking off at the sky because we have seen a lot of action, a C-130 and just a host of choppers, helicopters in the sky. So not officially a flyover, but a whole lot of action in the skies over the harbor here, just off the Statue of Liberty. Well, the celebration for America's 250th birthday is just beginning. And over the next 3 days, we will be celebrating all things America from one of the most iconic locations in the nation. Stay with us as we bring you all of the excitement.
Javier is over here waving the Mexican flag. Look at this guys waving the Somali flag, the flag of the communist pirates. And they don't see nothing wrong with it. Let me tell you something, America. It is a big, big difference to go around the world. Go visit Somalia. Go visit Mexico. Go visit Honduras. Beautiful places. Mexico, Honduras, beautiful. Go visit anywhere in the world and go visit the third world countries and enjoy the simple life of Vietnam, of Laos, of Thailand, of Central America, South America. Go to all these places and see what the third world country dwellers have. Beautiful in nature, but the culture is always the same. Poor mentality, no vision. There's no freedom. That's something that you can only have here in this country. But you have to enforce the American values. You can't allow all these third world countries, dwellers, to come in here and make every piece of America a third world country shithole. Like you really have to think. You think Somalis are great? Well, go visit them over there in Somalia. But tell them when you're here in America, you behave like Americans. Eat your food, sing your music. But you have to assimilate. None of this bullshit religion that stands against every Western values that we have. You want third world countries to be happy and you want to visit? Go visit. But don't make this country a bunch of third world country shitholes. That is not what we want. You know, we can have debates and arguments and we can be prejudiced towards each other. I'm too fat, you're too skinny, you're too old, you're too young, oh, you're too wrinkled, the stretch marks, the sagginess, oh yeah, you think you're richer. We can have all of those disagreements and arguments and we can fight each other over that. But the fact is that we all speak English. We understand the freedom of religion. I know, Coda, I know. But still, even though it's not a real spiritual, godly religion, we do have the freedom of religion. And I think that the Constitution has to be amended on two levels. One of them, of course, the most important one, is birthright citizenship. It needs to be more specific who has those rights. Not our enemies, not the tourists, not illegal immigrants. Used to be said in the early 80s that if you were born in an airplane, used to be said that you were a citizen of all the countries, a citizen of the world. That's what hippies believe. But I just want you to know that We have a nation to represent. We are many cultures, many ethnicities, but you're not going to make this country a third world shithole country. You understand? There is some savagery. There is some uncivilized cultures that should stay in the country where they are right now. When they bring that uncivilized behavior into our country, they become violent. But don't take my word for it. Do some research. Do some research. Well, let's go ahead and finish this clip right here.
Well, while most of the country will be, well, not just celebrating, but honoring and remembering and ushering in the future, some citizens are furious that Democrat leaders are celebrating another country's Independence Day. Cities including Boston, Buffalo, Minneapolis are flying the Somali flag. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Emily Campagno and Kayleigh McEnany. Also joining us today, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and Dakota Meyer is here, Medal of Honor recipient and our friend. Well, we've been tracking a number of Democrat-led cities that have appeared to put America's 250th birthday on the back burner. Buffalo held a celebration for Somali Independence Day, flying the country's flag at City Hall, that country's flag, and just a day after canceling its 4th of July fireworks show. The city said it ran into...
Pay attention to this. Everybody on the Democratic side wants us to be ashamed of our beautiful American flag. They want us to be ashamed. Every Democrat wants us to be ashamed of the American flag, but they celebrate other countries' flags. Call me a moron, an idiot, and every other name in the book that you want, stupid, motherfucker, whatever you want to call me. How is that possible? Never in my lifetime did I ever thought that Americans will celebrate other countries' Independence Day and respect them waving the flag and hating and burning our own American flag. Unbelievable.
Logistical issues. In Boston, Democrat Mayor Michelle Wu also celebrated Somalia weeks after she proposed cutting nearly $1 million from veteran services. That is so unpatriotic. Wu eventually restored the funding after fierce backlash. Yeah, they gave her some oxygen. She woke up. In Columbus, Ohio, the Parks Department is backtracking after a now deleted social media post that promised a similar celebration. A firestorm erupting on social media. Critics are going after the city's decision to celebrate a foreign country so close to our Independence Day, with one pointing out City Hall is not a foreign embassy. The city telling Fox News Digital, while the city recognizes and respects the aspirations of people around the world to live in freedom, this post was inaccurate and has been deleted. That's an interesting way to put it.
True.
Meanwhile, San Diego County is facing backlash for a July 4th celebration that includes a land acknowledgement, a tribal invocation, the Black National Anthem, and stories from what the county calls historically underserved populations. One local official posted the county's agenda and proposed an alternate celebration. Quote, 1, acknowledge America and its greatness. 2,
you want to see something racist? I'll show you something racist. I'll show you something racist. That is racist. Black National Anthem. That's racist. It excludes everybody else's ethnicities and culture. The black national anthem is racist. Let's not forget the Chinese were also enslaved and abused, built the railroads. And maybe we should have an Asian national anthem. How about a Hispanic national anthem? Huh. Used to be the national anthem included everybody. Tell me again, who is the racist party today? We thought they flipped, but they didn't. They pretended to care about the black community. They pretended to care about the minorities. But the Democrats, they continue to be racist. Democrat blacks, they are racist. No, I'm not racist. I'm not racist, so it's not everyone. I'm not racist. That's crazy. Common sense ain't so common amongst Democrats, is it? And if you vote for Democrats, you ain't American.
Celebrate with fireworks and the American national anthem. Bold, traditional ideas. Dakota?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that to speak the next few days on anything other than what unites us is really doing a disservice to us, right? I mean, I think that, when I see these things, it's just people trying to go out and push their own agenda. But, us as Americans,
that's right, Robert.
What we have to remember is that, being an American comes first, because being an American allows us to have our individual identities, which has been switched and tried to be reversed. I mean, being a patriot has been attacked for the last, how long can we remember, right? And so, being able to come back and being able to be proud and have an administration that's proud and making being a patriot awesome. And, 250 years of America, I mean, we live in the greatest country on the face of the planet.
To hear you, Dakota, talking about patriotism under threat is mind-boggling, considering what you've done for this country. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty disheartening, although not enough to dampen my patriotism in this moment and how excited I am about America 250, to hear how many people have been given platforms that say, for example, this is our darkest hour, that democracy is on the precipice, that the irony of black people celebrating July 4th because to think they share in freedom, which an MSNBC pundit said the other day. What's horrifying to me is the thought that we are anything but united under this flag. To celebrate our differences, absolutely, under the one awning of the stars and stripes that people have bled for, fought for, and died for this country. And in this moment especially, to look back at 250 years, to celebrate we have one constitution, when countries like Venezuela have 24, have had 15, Spain. Other countries have gone through attempts at what we have. We did it one time and we nailed it. We are a one-hit wonder and we're still going strong. I reject anything less than the premise that we are at our strongest and that we are continuing to grow stronger. So when I see the American flag, I don't see it as a threat, as some people have said, or a symbol of terror. I see it as a symbol of what unites us, and that
when I see the American flag, I see bad history. I see settlers. I see native tribes conquering one another. When I see the American flag, I think of how far the United States of America has come. When I see the American flag, I think about all those people who died for this country to be what it is today. When I think of the American flag, I think of all the migrants that came to this country to make money. They were rewarded with money for their labor. And the settlers created The United States of America, our cities, our buildings, Native Americans making treaties with the white settlers. This nation was founded under God, and so was our Constitution. Are we perfect? Not in any way. We're not perfect. We're perfectly imperfect. But when I see this flag, I think about all the people that fought to free the slaves. I think about all the white people who fought to free black men. And such a blessing it was that we had white people to free the black Americans. It's a lot of prejudice, some racism, some hateful things that happen. But we're not those people anymore. And when I see the American flag, I recognize all of the bad history. But I also recognize that we are independent today. And our enemies who want to make us fight each other, the enemies that want us to be ashamed of this beautiful flag and what it represents, I say, for as long as this flag stays erect, flying in the wind, there is hope for the United States of America. And our enemy knows that. Our enemy knows that. The Chinese won't burn their flag. Russians won't burn their flag. It doesn't matter if their leaders are good or bad. They don't burn their country's flag. This flag represents hope. This flag represents the blacks, the whites, the Native Americans. It represents the migrants. Those who are here respecting the law. That's what this flag represents. 50 stars with 50 different historical value per state. 50 constitutions, state constitutions. This flag represents one unity, one American Constitution, the unity of the United States of America. And if you agree with me, let's get ready for tomorrow. For tomorrow, we celebrate our 250th birthday. And fuck you if you don't like the United States of America. And fuck you if you're over here just trolling us. And fuck you and your third world shithole country and your piece of shit people who don't appreciate what we have in America. You envious, jealous, hypocritical animals don't belong in this country. For the rest of you guys who are actually civilized, love this country and appreciate the freedoms and the diversity that we carry. Listen, you can hate my foul language, but I love this country. And it should piss you off as it pisses me off when people are trying to piss on our flag, in our land, in our freedoms, in our rights. With that being said, love you all. I want you to have a wonderful weekend. If I can go live tomorrow, I'll go live. But let me enjoy my family and my time off. You guys know who you are. Rush, babe, I'm going to call you in a little bit. God bless your family. God bless you. God bless the USA. Happy 250th, my American people. God bless you all. We'll see you on the next one.